Alert! Alert! This is a message from the Department of Defense. Stay inside. There is a current catastrophe taking place across the United States titled White Girl Wednesday. Stay inside and lock your doors. This was the Department of Defense. We'll be maintaining tight control over the situation until this White Girl Wednesday is resolved. Thank you. How are we doing today? Yeah, I know. We all hate Reddit. I'm just reading the chat here. You guys are really black-pilled. Just FYI. I don't know if anybody ever told you that. But you're really black-pilled. I dare you to stream All in All's Skyrim video this month. Does it start with some action going on? We'll put it that way. Reddit hates themselves, but they hate themselves in an annoying way. So, we're gonna be... I'll pop this on the screen because somebody asked me to. We're gonna be waiting... So, in 30 minutes, they'll start the AMA, and we'll get a question in there, and we'll kind of monitor things. In the interim, chat with chat. Maybe we'll either start the NeverKnowsBest video, or we can look at the IGN interview that Todd Howard did. Either's fine with me. So, I was telling you guys that that as soon as I would start streaming, there was a good chance that somebody would come out with a or would surface with a high quality version of Mr. Caption's videos. Well, today somebody showed up with the entire thing in 720p. So it was in 4 parts, but I've put them together. I've uploaded it on the second channel. That's getting worked out. There'll be an archive of that soon. Why is Reddit hated? It has to do with like years of the way that their site's been run and the general attitude that their platform kind of fosters towards both the rest of the internet and in general. Like, imagine every kind of annoying neckbeard soy boy tendency, and Reddit kind of just does it unironically. So, oh no, that's not the updated schedule. That was the last schedule. This is the updated schedule. Kind of hard to see, I know. It gets bigger with time. So we've got the next week sorted out. The 18th is not a week ahead, but I really don't care. One day is not going to make too big a difference. Isn't Protein Pill's video like 3 minutes? It could be done literally any day. What's the 13th? That would be private sessions. He'll be and that stream has a gimmick because that'll be the first one where there'll be a guest, which is private sessions. Yeah, he's attending his own stream. Did that monkey NFT art guy actually make any money? I'm sure the art guy made money. I don't see how he wouldn't. Protein pill got dusted off YouTube for hate speech, so that finally happened, did it? One of those things. Any thoughts on Skyblivion? Looks fine. I think the guy commented on my Oblivion video. Reddit is the kid who tattled on you for bad words at school, combined with those people who think that because they are weak and nerdy, they must be smart and that their smarts make them superior. Yeah, I think that's the thing is, as society started to kind of fetishize intelligence, there were a bunch of people who overestimated their own intelligence, and they kind of congregated on Reddit. It's like a website of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Do you really think Todd is going to give us any actual useful information in this AMA or just meaningless platitudes? I think it'll all be like pre-screened questions that he'll take. The question we came up with was, how did Cyberpunk 2077's launch inform sort of policy at Bethesda? That was basically the long and short of the question. So I'll take this off the screen, and let's see. I'll just head over to the Discord because it only got posted like 25 times. Jesus Christ. Ear-piercing sound effects. Thank you, IGN. All right. I'm just downloading this video real quick. Always good to download the videos as I watch them. Not the NeverKnowsBest one though. What is the Redguard question? The Redguard question, there's two Redguard questions as far as I can see. The first one is, why do Redguards have lowered intelligence in Morrowind? And the second question is, why are Redguards considered a separate race of men? Oh, it says it's already been downloaded. Oh shit, I guess it was. I must have grabbed it like first thing. See, even I'm forgetting that it's already been done. What? No, no. Get on the main monitor. No, shut up. Everything's going wrong today. I blame the wireless mouse. No one's asking why Bretons and Nords are considered separate. Because they are. They literally have different racial characteristics based on their lineages. I love those questions because only the sweatiest lore nerds can answer it in a non-racist way. Well, that's why it's funny, and that's why I would never ask it, because that not only will that question not get an answer, it'll probably get removed. Same thing with, like, everybody wants me to ask, why do Argonians have breasts? Yeah, okay, that's a real smart question to ask. Inwa with a hard H. Alrighty. It's 10 after. We'll give it 5 more minutes. Let people get in here. Kind of the tradition. Now, they probably would ban me for asking the Red Guard question. It's a dog whistle for racism. Please write an essay about why racism is bad to get unbanned. Have you already covered / plan to cover some Samyon lines, The Elder Scrolls, The Dumbing Down? In my opinion, it was one of the reasons Skyrim started to get hated on by the general community. How long is that video? 30 minutes. Maybe, okay, so it depends. This was like this was part of a big drama. But the thing to bear in mind, you shouldn't look at it like, oh, there was one video and that changed the course of consensus. People were having those sort of ideas. We've shown in the interviews, people were having these inklings that Bethesda was dumbing things down before Skyrim came out. You can see that in the fan interviews. Like, they'll get asked, like, why are skills being crunched? Why is stuff from Morrowind not making it into Skyrim? Which one's the Apotheosis staff? Because there's way better staves. You only get 12 uses out of it. The better staff is the one you get from the Shaden Hall Oblivion Gate quest. That one's way better. Should there be martial arts in Elder Scrolls? Yes. Staves or staves? Technically, staves is correct. Make a 100% weakness to magic effect with Soul Trap for a few seconds, plus Azura's Star to abuse Apotheosis. Yeah, but that's true of pretty much everything in the game. This seems like a lot of work to me when there's, like, better versions of the staff out there. Well, don't worry. I still have to play Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Don't you worry about that. I was playing VR last night. What a terrible experience. The only amusing thing about VR, and it's kind of weird, the scale of everything feels off to me. Like, I would go through a doorway, and the characters would be like, so normally the characters would be like 80% of the doorway, but in Skyrim VR, they're like 60%. Like, everybody's a manlet in Skyrim VR, and So it's like leads to this feeling of everything being just massive. The only interesting thing about it was, I was outside. I was in Whiterun Hold, like the hill above Riverwood, and it kind of stood out to me like how much of a grade those roads are, because that area kind of looks flat when you play it on a just on a monitor. But then when you play it in VR, the top of the road that you can see is like way above you. Will the new Creation Club really improve the game? But why are you phrasing it like I said it would ever improve the game? No, it won't. No, I only go to SMG. That's like the only 4chan board I browse. Well, it's a thread, but The camera is not in the eye position on the models, making you feel taller, but everything is made to look right in the fisheye camera, so people's heads are smaller so they don't look distorted. No, it's like an issue of scale. Like, everybody's shorter in Skyrim VR. Compared to where they... I've done Skyrim's intro 1,000 times. I know how tall the people are compared to the doors, and that's where it really stood out to me. That, like, the people were smaller. Skyrim, no, definitely, Skyrim VR is one of the laziest fucking things I've ever seen. Alrighty, let's, oh, hang on. Pop that off, pop that on. This is probably gonna have to be switched. Okay. No, you can change your height in Skyrim VR. Because that's a common thing you have to do with virtual reality is adjust your height to what you actually are. No, I'm not saying the player is a manlet. I'm saying that everyone is a manlet. Like, they increase the scale of the world, like, by 20%. Hell yeah, gamers, we drink.
Hey everybody, Ryan McCaffrey with IGN. This is IGN.
Wait, aren't you the guy that got the last big Todd Howard interview? Hang on. I don't even know how to approach this. Go to my video, go down to the sources. I think it's in part 7. Promotional interviews. No. There's a sort of modern interview that Todd Howard did, and I swear to God, it was with this guy. I can't find it.
IGN Unfiltered, my monthly or so interview series where I have the privilege of sitting down with the best, brightest, most interesting minds in the games industry. Today is a first. It's the second appearance on IGN Unfiltered for anybody. Todd Howard, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you again.
Again, yes. A lot has happened in the world. A lot has happened. We're in a new studio of yours, so we're here at Bethesda, here in lovely Rockville, Maryland, and appreciate you having us to talk about primarily the 10th anniversary of all this, of Skyrim.
It's kind of surreal,
yes.
Right? That we're talking about a game we made 10 years ago still. So, I mean, for
I expect some Ghetto Boys to start playing after that's still there.
For me and everybody here, it's still like, we can't believe it either.
it's getting released again.
Yeah.
Again, that's the running gag. But you know, people keep.
I'm hip with the kids. I'm familiar with the memes of the community.
Keep playing it, people keep loving it, and that's I want to start is just kind of, you know, how do you feel about Skyrim in hindsight? It's because a lot of developers that I talk to, they tend to, like, after something comes out, like we, the media and the fans, might think this is great, we love it, but a lot of developers, as seems to be their nature, seem to, at least initially, only be able to see the flaws, like, oh, well, there's this thing and there's this thing. But now, with 10 years of hindsight, I'm kind of curious how you feel about that game in general.
Look, we love it. We always loved it. When you're making a game, you know, for us, it takes 4 or 5 years, sometimes a little longer. You get kind of, I don't want to say sick of it, you get numb to what's good about it because you're dealing with getting it working and trying to make it as good as you can.
Right.
And then when you get some space away from it, you can really embrace it for what it is. And we just feel incredibly kind of blessed to still have it in our lives.
Yeah.
And it's taken on this, you know, other life with the community. And, you know, obviously we're still doing some things with it, but it's this blessing that we have. And, you know, we were talking in the studio the other day and what it means to all of us. And there's people, obviously, there are a lot of people here who made that game. And then there are another group that worked on various different versions of it. But then the new people that have come on in the last few years, it's one of the reasons they wanted to join us.
Yeah.
And now they're a part of...
Except the False Scar guy. I'm not really sure what to take away from this.
Bethesda, and so I think it will really be a part of us kind of forever. And it's something that we really, really feel blessed about. And it's incredibly special to still have it be a thing played by millions and millions of people every month, still one of our top sellers. And
Kind of surreal, we're still talking about a game we made 10 years ago, still played by millions, still a top seller. Back up in your ass with the resurrection.
it's kind of hard to believe.
I mean, the Elder Scrolls is always, each one has been very well liked. They've been extremely successful. And
What about Battlespire and Redguard and Arena, Shadowkey, Dawnstar? What's the one everybody keeps telling? Oh yeah, Stormhold. The Elder Scrolls Online. Blades.
And Oblivion was itself this huge leap over Morrowind, certainly in the technology side of things, being an early launch window title for the 360 alongside its PC release. So, you know, when you're trying to go from that and go up level up again with Skyrim, is that like as you look back, was that kind of a daunting thing, or is it just sort of, do you even really think about it in terms of, do you think about Oblivion at all, the game before when
sure.
you're doing Skyrim?
Yeah, no, he doesn't think about the shit he's made in his past. He's not a journalist, dude. He actually thinks about the stuff he made before without feeling the need to editorialize it.
Skyrim.
Oblivion was, we were making that as they were making the Xbox 360. So the technology jump was very extreme. It's a very difficult project. And then we kind of overlap a little bit, and we went into Fallout 3. And so you talked about how we feel about the previous game. For us, it's always the previous game. We're usually going from a Fallout into a Fallout between Elder Scrolls.
Well,
we
now
had
you
been.
do. Didn't
We had
used to
been.
be the case. Yeah.
Right, so we went from Oblivion into Fallout 3 and then Fallout 3 into Skyrim.
Right.
But we're on the tail end of kind of that technology window with the 360. And the 360 was kind of our lead platform for Skyrim. But by then, we had this tech base that was very, very solid, where we felt, okay, we can really push it now. We're not starting from zero.
Right.
And I think Skyrim really benefits from that when you go back to 2011 and see it on the 3.
I think that there is nothing that Todd Howard would hate to be talking about more than fucking Skyrim 10 years later. I think he just wants to make Starfield.
360, and obviously we always done PC stuff, but that really gave us a foothold to really push some
And we know that you love the 360.
things in what we wanted to do with the game.
You know, massive RPGs now, they're as in as ever, but you guys were certainly you've been ahead of the curve on
Sure.
that one for a while. But Skyrim really, in all seriousness, is arguably a big reason why these massive role-playing games are as in as they are. Like, do you
Sad face. Oh shit. Yeah, but Todd's got like more money than he could ever spend, I would think, unless he takes up like yacht collection or something.
do you think about Skyrim's influence at all, or is that just not something that you
Once in
allow
a while,
into your head?
I don't. Once in a while, I'll play a game and I'll see something that is a little bit clearer in terms of, okay, that's how we did that, or a series that, and it can be something minor. I have a pet peeve in games, like and everyone here knows, I don't like mini maps on the screen.
Go on.
So a weird thing where I saw people going to the rose line style compass like at the top.
Yeah.
You know, so something like that you see. I like to play games with mini maps. I just don't like the mini maps because I'm playing the mini map when I play a game.
Yeah,
I stare at it
happens,
and I
right?
drive
Yeah.
around. But there are other things too with skill systems or certain flows that you can see in other games. But look, that's one of the things that we enjoy. So I don't dwell on it too much, just once in a while.
You know, kind of, again, with this benefit of 10 years of hindsight, and you know, you're thinking about it with this anniversary looming, what do you think the team really got right with Skyrim? Sort of what are its biggest strengths?
I think the tone of the game is really, really strong. There's a lot of fantasy out there, and it's hard to sort of you see it and you go, oh, that's Skyrim. So we got that right. The other thing is that no matter who you are,
The seed is strong.
if you like video games and you want to spend a lot of time with one, there's something for you in it. There's a million ways to play it, and the game really lets you express yourself in it. And I think it's what's great about video games.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Skyrim does that really well, but I think that's what video games do really well. And the ones that we really enjoy and that we try to make, that there's a space that the creators have made, and then when you come into it, you are making it better. You're giving yourself to it. And then when you put it down, you have different emotions than you do when you're playing a game where a creator kind of drags you along.
Yeah.
That you feel something about yourself. You think about it when you go to bed. You come back into it. When you accomplish something, you feel like, look what I did today. And that's a real emotion. And I think that's what makes it so powerful.
So how about conversely, what do you think, was there anything that the team really got wrong, or that you still kind of look back and go,
Angry Todd.
There are a number of parts of it where we don't go deep enough, where it's a veneer in terms of its interactivity.
Yeah.
Look, you can say that about anything, but I think...
Hang on. Let's go back. We want to start this question over, but they just posted the AMA, so gonna slide in there real quick. Already got 27 comments. Alrighty. Let me load it up on this monitor. Oh god, it's under the memes. That's not a good sign. Hang on. It's really far down there. Holy shit. It's really far down there, or I got shadow banned on this account. Todd was describing playing a PRPG rather than a video game. It's unfair to video games. Yes. Where's this bad boy at? Damn, I think this account was shadow banned or something. I'm just not seeing my question. Hey, your comment has been removed as all top-level comments are required to be questions. It was. If you're pretty sure that you did ask a question, make sure you use correct punctuation. If not, just resubmit the comment with the correct punctuation. Jesus Christ. How has... See, that's the big word there. The release of Cyberpunk 2077 influenced your team's philosophy towards releasing games. Literally the same exact fucking question, asked exactly the same way with the same punctuation. Fucking cucks. Filtered by some stupid bot that can't read. I guess now we wait to see if this one gets cold. Gross. He didn't actually answer the Cloud District question, did he? Oh, see? Let's, Alright, this one seems to have stuck. Now you gotta find it on the other monitor. Alright. Okay. Now, I'm not saying to go upvote this comment. I'm simply saying this is the comment that I left. Ask them something with a progressive tilt to it and they'll gobble it up. I think you're being kind of black-pilled there. Like Todd apparently just answered a meme question. It was probably planted by a Bethesda employee. They might poll any questions relating to different games. No, I'm sure the funny thing to do, I'm not saying do this, after you upvoted of your own volition would be to report the question. So the mod team has like 500 reports on it and then it never gets answered. They have rules against brigading upvotes. That's why I'm not asking for them. And also, do you think I care if I get banned from Reddit? This is a account I haven't used in almost a decade now. They can have it. No good questions will be answered. I'm gonna give it a couple minutes and then I'm gonna start going through the questions that he has answered. Oh, someone already linked it on the Discord. Ask the Redguard question. That would also be the funny thing to do is while you're in the thread to go ahead and ask your own comments that you think would have been better suited to the question I asked, like why do Redguards have lower intelligence compared to other races? All right, so I was kind of wanting to see how he answered this
Still
one.
kind of look back and go,
There are a number of parts of it where we don't go deep enough, where it's a veneer in terms of its interactivity.
Yeah.
Go on.
Look, you can say that about anything, but I think when we think about games and what we would want to do going forward, it's, okay, whatever that system is, how deep can we make it? The other part is the way the AI and the NPCs really react
There's a lot of people who think that you're doing the opposite.
to you. It's something that I think we still have a long way to go with, but those are...
No, the Redguards start with Redguards male and female will both start with 30 intelligence. Average intelligence in Morrowind is 40, and then races that favor intelligence have 50.
Probably the main ones.
There is a very special concert airing, I guess, in 2 days from when this interview airs. That's probably got to be surreal to see a big, famous, world-class orchestra be performing something from your game.
Yeah, it's something that we've wanted to do kind of for a long time. And we have a group that pulled it off during the pandemic with the London Symphony Orchestra, which I always associate with these scores and movies that I've always loved. And
A boring question. Doing a concert. All right, let's see. Do I have good news? Not yet. Let's see. I can look at Todd's account to see what questions he... Right? Okay, so he's answered 2 questions, which people had kind of already addressed. I can't scroll down to see the second one, but... Oh, no, he's... Okay, Reddit's UI is just shit. He's answered 4 questions. What do you think of Fallout New Vegas? Great game. Big fan of Obsidian. We have many friends there. So... That seems like a... There's no verification of whether or not he actually likes Fallout New Vegas, or that's just an opinion he has to take. You lightly touched on your interview yesterday that you realize the clear issue of gaps between games and your franchises and know it's a problem. How's that a problem? What is your plan, if any, to reduce the massive gaps of time between the games of your 3 franchises? Also, I keep one of your quotes on a sticky note. Blah, blah, blah. Great question. We certainly understand that we do take a long time to get it right. Ultimately, quality matters most to us, and we're careful with resources and priorities. Also, we're hiring. I don't even know how to address that. And then he answers the... Someone asked him if he got to the Cloud District, and he said yes. Good afternoon, Todd. Did you know that the new Custom Worlds mode is much less popular than Nuclear Winter itself? Is Bethesda really ready to bring Nuclear Winter back to the game and its players while it's still possible? We're pretty passionate about giving our players tools to mod the games and thus shifted our priorities to custom game worlds. More to come. And that's the extent of the questions he's answered so far.
And seeing that and hearing it back, it is. I find music is a very particular like time travel device.
Yeah.
Where it takes you back to those moments, and Skyrim's music has always been a part of its identity. We start with music. We usually the game we do concept art, we do interface, we do music.
That's interesting.
So even Starfield, one of the first things we did was the music. And it sets, as you're drawing things and seeing it on the screen, you put it to the music, it gives you more of a complete feeling of this is the tone of the game. So Skyrim's music is one of the first things that we did.
Wow, I never knew that. That's a real, and I feel like a lot of other developers, that's something that comes later. Everybody's got a different process, but it totally makes sense that you're wanting to sort of talking about that feel of the game and the tone of the game.
Right.
And that's where it comes from. That's really cool. Do you have a favorite Skyrim mod?
I hate picking favorites. So I don't want to...
Make somebody's day.
Well, there's a number I like. On the PC, the UI one is really, really good.
Todd still likes Sky UI. Wow. Really? I mean, I don't mean that as offense to Sky UI. I mean that as I pointed out in the Bethesda video, here's your executive producer complaining about the user interface that was shipped with the game. Again.
There's the one this is going to sound stupid. There's one I like where
Pretty kitty.
someone added fast travel markers when you bought a house. And it's something that should really take like an hour. It's one of the things you think, why don't we do that?
Mr. Howard, how do you feel about the current remake remaster climate in gaming? Any thoughts about its success and if Bethesda is interested at all? I mean, they've been I would say special editions are remaster. I mean, they're really ports, but well, yeah, that's the weird thing is there is literally tomorrow going to be a new version of Skyrim coming out. And will it have fast travel markers to houses? Well, Todd thinks that's a worthy addition. Todd thinks we should have added that. And he has the power to add that, but he won't. Well, I figure he won't. He might. There's always a chance, but I don't think it'll happen.
But there's so many that I like the ones that are more systemic. Now it's going to sound like a biased pick, but the stuff we did with Creation Club and working with those creators, the survival mode, fishing, yeah. I really love when our developers here are working with people in the community.
So, remember, Todd prefers survival mode to Frostfall. Someone on Reddit straight up asked for Serana's cup size. Well, I did say, your joke questions, you should ask them while you're there. Let's see, what else has Todd answered? Okay. This guy asked 5 questions. I doubt he answered them. Great list of questions, and thanks for being here. I'll give you a summary thought. I'm really lucky to have started so long ago that I was able to get my hands in everything from code to design to sound. It helped me see the big picture and work with so many parts of the amazing team here at Bethesda. It's odd often to see my face on things, and while I understand it some, this is truly a massive team effort and I get way too much credit. Well, I agree. Chess Club was junior high school. His favorite dinosaur is Yoshi. I don't think Saran is underage. I think she was she was a woman when she became a vampire.
And getting it out there. So I think those have been particularly impactful in the game.
Have you ended up hiring any of those people?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Yeah, I figured
yes, a good number of them.
It's like, why wouldn't you, right?
But not the false scar guy. He had to get a job at Bungie.
Right? Like,
look, it's something
a lot of talent out there.
There's a lot of talent out there. Something we're really passionate.
Oh yeah, that's the question.
About when you think about the legacy of our games, you know, one of the reasons we're sitting here 10 years later is because of our modding community.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of great stuff. Not good for him, though. So let's go to the... Oh, we got the top question? Good. See, okay, so... part of the way that we came up with the question was, it was a community question that we developed on the Discord yesterday. Our thought process behind asking that question was, what is a question that people in the AMA will also upvote? It can't be something that is specific to us because it would get stuck at the bottom. So it has to be something that other people would kind of ask or want to see answered, but wouldn't necessarily be something that they would actually ask. And I think that was the reason that question worked for that.
Right, and what they've done with the game. So even though we did all the stuff and you kind of make it your own, you open up this menu and then there's this even larger list of things. Like, okay, how do you want to customize it? What do you want to do? And I think that's fundamental to what we want to do with games, where creators can do that. And I think us being active in trying to make it more than a hobby for them, where they can make it their career, I think is really, really good and something that we're going to continue to do.
So when you make a game this big, as big, so Skyrim, what I could find online, allegedly around 30 million copies of Skyrim, which is it's a massive number.
It's far more than that, actually.
It's far more.
Interesting.
More than that. So, like,
not that that's not an enormous number. But
it's still okay. So yeah, do you allow yourself to enjoy that at any point, where you're like, wow, I made a thing that's one of probably the biggest, helped make a thing that's one of the biggest video games of all time? Like, do you allow yourself to enjoy that, or is it just sort of like too abstract to even internalize?
I can't internalize that scale. But obviously the success of the game, what it's meant to a lot of people.
What it's meant is, I own a yacht now.
Who play games or got them through tough times. We do things with the Make-A-Wish Foundation when people want to come here and see what we do.
Yeah.
So it's not Skyrim specific. It's more, I do feel a lot of pride, and I see it in the studio when you see your work really give so many people a lot of joy. And it's not just us goofing off making fantasy worlds, right? I do think the work, you know, has importance. I think entertainment is important to people.
Good answer, Todd. In a 2018 interview with Dean Takahashi, you mentioned that Bethesda had not acquired the rights to Fallout. You would have made an original post-apocalyptic universe. What ideas did you have for this universe, and how would it have differed from Fallout? Didn't they? I thought they just called their own universe Fallout. It was called Apocalypse Road and had a great logo with a street sign. I'll pass along to Emil, thanks. Hi Todd, Oda here, the guy who made a 50-page Google Doc about the Starfield E3 2021 trailer. I'm going to ask, has there ever been a point in Skyrim's development where you were thought of adding climbable ladders to the game? About that ladder in the Starfield trailer, will it have an animation like Andromeda? Despite the advent of supercomputers and next-gen hardwares, ladders are our arch nemesis. It's an animation, and we use it sparingly. Really? Come on. Fucking Half-Life 1 had ladders. Like, I've legit seen threads on V before where people have broken down how simple it would be to add ladders to an engine, and Bethesda just has never been able to figure out how to do that. All right.
Lives, and so that gives you a lot of pride in what you've been able to do with it and what you want to do in the future.
No. Don't mistake me. Half-Life 1's ladders sucked, but I'm just saying technology existed.
Are there any Easter eggs hiding in Skyrim that no one has found after 10 years that you want to talk about right now?
I can't imagine that's the case.
There's got to be something somewhere, right?
You know, there's probably dangling threads of cut content. But you know what? The community has been through all of our data so many times. I cannot imagine. There's nothing to my knowledge, let's put it that way.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, it is a very moddable... picked at game.
Yep.
So it does make sense. Now, all right. Is there a favorite video game child? Is there a favorite Elder Scrolls game?
Yes, his name is Dovahkiin.
Out of all of them, because they're all... What I love about the series...
I will only endorse buying Anniversary Edition if I get to sit in this seat, like, across from Todd Howard.
Series personally is that they're all different. They're
right.
like albums in a sense from the same band, where there's other than like AC/DC where it's kind of the same album over and over, but it's they each have their own totally different thing. They're not just.
Did someone really say that? Did you try to shoehorn in the 2077 circle jerk into an AMA? Good lord.
Straight numbered
This is what we're dealing with. This is why I don't care if I get banned from Reddit.
Sequels. So I'm curious if any one Elder Scrolls game.
It's a great analogy.
That was a long time to ask a very simple question. Let's see this cringe. I think he's the hidden one. Yeah. What a based guy. Reddit was a mistake. These are the people that Orwell wrote about, not the people in the party. This is the 70% that the Ministry of Truth doesn't have to monitor. Hello, Todd. In the past year, we saw the rise of some impressive machine learning tools that synthesize human voice using assets from Skyrim and other Bethesda games to generate new realistic voice lines. What do you think about this technology in general? Do you have to hope to use it in some future game? And do you think it will have a negative impact on the relationship between game studios and real voice actors? We actually use such systems during development so we can play the game with our voices, but there is no substitute for professional voice actors. They're a huge part of our development and are amazing partners in bringing these worlds to life. So, Todd says no to AI voice acting, which is fine. my sort of ideal thing would be like a hybrid system where you would have a core of real voice acting, and then you would have the AI voice acting that was loaded on the models of those voice actors, which would be very accurate because you would actually have the original voice actors to make them. You would use that for, hey, there's a guy at Halted Stream Camp that we need taken care of. It's to the north. You head a little west. You know, three parts of what I just said would have to be AI generated for it to be able to apply to every Radiant location that could be used for a quest. But I think that would be an excellent hybrid system.
Actually, it's a little bit. Actually, we've said that once or twice in the studio where we're gonna do this. Like, what is that? Oh, this is our concept album. Then the band goes on tour and they drift back to playing the arena hits that you wanted. It's important to us. We've kind of avoided doing like direct sequels.
Yeah.
Which is why also they take so long, and that each of them does have its own identity. And there's something about all of them that we love. When someone says, it's usually the first one they play is their favorite. So like, you guys blew it after Morrowind, you simplified it, like, and then if you played Oblivion, like, it was so much better than Skyrim. And we're okay with that. We say, like, it doesn't that upset you? It's like, we made those games too. It's always the last one, right? So Skyrim.
Yeah, it's always Skyrim because that has been the last one. Literally a decade tomorrow. You blew it. What can you do?
I think particularly from, a game flow perspective, a game in your hands, that still feels really, really good today.
I have seen that guy sneaking through the woods, pulling back a bow in third person several times now.
It's probably my favorite as we sit here.
Yeah.
But there's things about
Sorry, I was shitposting.
your hands that still feels really, really good. Last one, right? So Skyrim, I think particularly from, a game flow perspective, a game in your hands that still feels really, really good today. It's probably my favorite as we sit here.
Yeah.
But there's things about, say, I think a lot of the quests in Oblivion is some of our best questing. In Morrowind, I like the tone of the world where there are parts of it that are a lot stranger, where you feel a bit uncomfortable in it, and I think you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit more mysterious. I love the elegance. We'll go back. I love the elegance of Arena, the very first game. If you play it, it's such a simple game. It knows exactly. It's not a simple game, but there's elegance in its design, character system, the flow of it. So I think they each have something that's great
What about
them.
Daggerfall?
For me, I dabbled a touch in Morrowind, but really Oblivion was my first one, and that's my answer.
Oblivion, baby. Or what do we call them? Bloomers? Something like that? I know Sky Babies is a thing.
Right.
So I'm like feeding right into your data set on that, because the moment when you step out into the open world in Oblivion is like an all-time, like, instant great gaming memory for me.
Yeah, and for the time, it's such a wow moment.
Yeah.
Given gaming at the time, I think if you go back and look at it, you're like, it's all right. But if you go back and play Morrowind, it can be difficult interface-wise.
Interface-wise? What are you fucking talking about? Interface is the... Do people have an issue with Morrowind's interface? I thought the number one thing, the pleb answer to why people don't like Morrowind is the combat, not the interface.
Some other game systems that are they're hard to wrap your hands around.
It is fair to say, I mean, I'm not going to fly 3,000 miles and not ask about Elder Scrolls 6 at least a little.
Sure,
bit,
go ahead.
even
Fair
though...
question. I get asked a lot.
But
I get asked in the house.
yeah, it is fair to say that it's going to be roughly, probably 15 years between Elder Scrolls games, because you're busy with another little thing called Starfield, which we'll talk about in a minute as well.
People could do the math on what our schedules look like.
So
Crazy to think Skyrim came out when I was 19 and now you're 29. Yeah, that is how time works. Someone did a whole psychoanalysis on the Salt stream because I had a gif of Anita Sarkeesian face palming. But she would look at the chat and then she would face palm. And somebody had like a whole comment written up about like why that reflected on my personality. And it's like, I just think it's a funny thing to put up.
is that a good thing, do you think? Or is that not ideal? Like sort of as far as both creatively, but also for the health and success of a franchise that keeps the lights on.
Hang on, I can pull up the comment. It's an amusing comment. I hope it's still there. I don't know how to, off the top of my head, how to spell her last name. All right, I'll go to the comments section then. Oh fuck, there's like 160 comments. What the fuck are you guys talking about in there? I'll be honest with you, I don't really read the stream comments. I see if you post a link, like I'll glance at them, because I can glance at like the top comments, not like the top comments in the comment section, but like the most recent comments, and I check every like hour or so. So I'll usually see if you post like a link in there or something interesting, but I'm not reading through these these 160 comments on these streams. Okay, they either removed it or I am bad at finding it. All right, I will meet you guys in the middle because this is a good one to get back on track with. All right.
In this
Right.
in this awesome studio.
Well, look, I think that's a really great question, a way of putting it. You know, for me, when I look at franchises, is it vibrant? Okay, Skyrim still is. Elder Scrolls Online is huge. It's one of the biggest online games in the world, and that's part of our company. Even though our studio isn't developing it, we work with them. I think they've done an absolutely phenomenal job. So when I look at the Elder Scrolls as a franchise, you know, is it healthy?
ESO is boring as sin.
Is it doing well? Yes, 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 yes. Would you plan to have...
No, we have a run. Okay, to catch you guys up, how many people are in here? I'll tell this story if there's enough people in here that I think it needs to be told. All right, there's enough people in here. To catch you up, in my BioShock video or something, I had one of those political compass memes, but it was the factions from Fallout New Vegas. So in authoritarian right, there was authoritarian right is Caesar's Legion, libertarian right is Mr. House, libertarian left is Yes Man, and then authoritarian left is NCR because they're the last faction, right? It's sort of like this, but to do with the factions and not perks. Obviously it's a fucking joke, but NCR fans disproportionately got upset at that and would leave comments about how is the NCR communism? I'm like, I don't know. How is Caesar's Legion fascism? How is Mr. House a true libertarian state when he has like an army of private death robots. You know, it's just like it's pigeonholing them all into like the extreme corners, right? So obviously this came up one stream during the Oblivion series, and we had a big, every time I say the NCR are communists, that's referring to this big long thing that happened during a stream where we were joking about it, and some NCR fans were in the chat and they're like, what do you mean the NCR is communist? And I'm like, no, it's from a meme. And it's like, no, the NCR's like, they're the one faction of fans that will get super defensive about it. And so it's always sort of my go-to to bring up to like shit on the NCR fans by calling their faction communists. The NCCR. Yeah. So, this is the end result of the game of Telephone. And I think there's a lot of Telephone that goes on with these streams. Where I'm sure by the time I get to covering Fallout New Vegas, if I ever do, at that point there will be like a significant number of the Fallout community that thinks that I genuinely stated that the NCR are unavowed communists who believe in the teachings of Karl Marx. So, yeah, that's your fun comment for today.
The kind of gap we're having between Skyrim and the follow-up, I can't say that's a good thing, right? I wish I could wave a wand and the game that we want to make and we have in our head, we're starting things on, just came out. Absolutely. But there's other things we want to do, right? Obviously, Fallout 4 was a huge success. We spent a lot of time on that. We wanted to, go into online with Fallout 76. We felt doing something like Starfield, something we wanted to do something else for a long time and play in a new universe. Kind of like, well, if not now, I'm going back in time. We started right after Fallout 4, so 2015, end of it. If not now, when? And I felt like the when, if we didn't do it then, the when could be never. And so we felt pretty good with where Elder Scrolls was as a franchise, particularly with Elder Scrolls Online. That, hey, now's time we can do Starfield. That being said,
how come Arcane can release Dishonored 2 and Prey within a year of each other? What magical management strategy had they figured out? Real communism hasn't been tried until until Fallout New Vegas. I'm trying to walk those people off the cliff. I feel like saying that's a fast way to make them mad. Dishonored 2 and Prey are both massively smaller than a single Bethesda game. No. Unsustainable worker crunch time. No, yes, but no. The answer was they had two different studios that were under the Arcane name. They had an Austin branch, and I forget where the other one was, but there were two Arcanes that were working in synchronicity, and so they were able to make multiple games at the same time. That was the secret.
Everything takes longer than we would like as well, but we want to make sure we get it right. And, hopefully Elder Scrolls 6, you don't want to say like, hey, that's worth that kind of weight, but that it does stand up to the series as it has been.
Oh no, I'm familiar that someone said that my question was very Reddit. I find Reddit will even use their own stuff as insults. Since everybody's going to ask any updates on Test 6. We know it's a long wait. We're with you for Father's Day this year. My son gave me a card that says, "You're an amazing dad, but where's Test 6? Jesus Christ. Hi, Todd. Is the Amazon's Fallout TV series still in the work? Is there a chance you can give us some details? I'll buy an extra copy of Skyrim. Moving ahead, really excited to be working with Jonah, Lisa, and Amazon in it. I guess the Fallout TV series is happening. Gross. Okay. To what extent is Reddit a homogeneous entity, though? Well, the thing about Reddit is, there's always that meme of like, X is not a single person kind of deal. And I agree to some extent with that, but Reddit's vote system inherently encourages people to be disingenuous and to sort of conform into a hive mind. So it's like the top 20% of Reddit, those like multi-million subreddits, that really is a place where it's like Reddit is sort of just one person.
In a really big, impactful way for when it comes out.
It would seem like just working on one Elder Scrolls game after the next might get creatively exhausting. And then you guys got the Fallout IP and were able to alternate. And it
Hey, they made other games besides Elder Scrolls before Fallout.
would seem like that would be creatively healthy for the team.
Oh no, chat is absolutely a hive mind. I think there's a collective intelligence of like an IQ of 80 in the chat.
For both games,
Right.
to go back and forth. And now, with what will be such a big gap between Elder Scrolls 5 and Elder Scrolls 6 is, will there be kind of a little extra creative rejuvenation there when you guys really dive fully back in?
You work in the industry, you know.
Well, our games take so long, and we do have Fallout as well, so that does keep the creative juices flowing. To your point, though, even for us, it had been so long. And we are doing some work that...
Oh, no. Don't mistake it. I'm not saying the average chat's IQ is 80. I'm saying that altogether, your IQ is 80.
You do feel... It feels like there's an extra spark, that like we miss it as well, and the things we want to do with it feel very, very fresh. But I could say that about Starfield was all new.
Right.
But it was so new that you had no basis. You're kind of starting from scratch. And that's also had its own challenges. What does a spaceship look like? We spent forever on that till we felt we really got it where, hey, this feels unique, this feels like this game. When you go into a franchise, a sequel, so to say, you have that basis of what you've done before, how people reacted to it. But you still, for us, I like to, wipe the slate clean and say, okay, what does it mean to be a fantasy role-playing game now? The kind of games we want to do, we're going to step into a virtual world. What does that mean? Don't think about making a sequel.
Right.
Start fresh. And that's a great kind of exercise for all of us. Really, really energizing.
Well, I guess what about Fallout while we're talking about it? Because that almost feels like, you've got Starfield, you have a release date that's in, I'm going to call it pencil on the calendar. You've penciled it right now. I don't think no game release dates get written in ink anymore until like they've...
Yeah, we wrote it pretty hard in that trailer. So.
Well, I want to ask you about that in a minute, but...
that felt like some ink, but yeah.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
But then you've seemingly publicly committed to Elder Scrolls 6 being the thing after Starfield.
Sure.
So does Fallout just go to the back?
If anything, this chat says more about the audience you cultivated. Okay, I did not go out in a field, plant seeds, and raise these people from the earth to be in my chat. I didn't even go to the unemployment office and put up a poster saying, hey, do you want to be in the Patrician TV chat? Okay? I didn't do shit to earn these people. They just showed up.
To the line, as far as mainline, yes, there's 76, but as far as the mainline Fallouts,
right.
Is that going to the back of the line, or is that a thing where you've now got an entire Xbox family at your back and people
Sure.
like In Exile and Obsidian? And is there a scenario where you hand Fallout off?
I don't see, look, Fallout's really part of our DNA here.
Yeah.
We've worked with other people from time to time. I can't say what's going to happen. we have a one-pager on Fallout 5, what we want to do. Again, if I could wave my hand and say, have
Right.
that out. I'd like...
Oh God, Fallout 5. I know what he's saying. He's saying that they're in the ideas phase for TES 6, and they're gonna if anybody at any point has an idea that might work for Fallout, then they're gonna have a design document for that. But it's like, I think the last thing that they should be talking about is Fallout 5.
to find a way to accelerate what we do. But I can't really say today or commit to anything what's going to happen when, other than, hey, our cadence is Starfield and then Elder Scrolls 6.
Because you guys have always been, BGS is, your team is it one team, or is there more than one, like,
I like to view it as one big team, and then we have groups that focus on one game. So you could look at the Fallout 76 team, mostly based in Austin right now, and that's a full team that you would put on a game, but they work on other things. And a lot of people here in Rockville worked on 76 and Montreal and Dallas as well. And so we've always sort of done it that way so that we can move people between projects, and everybody knows they're gonna work on Elder Scrolls 6 in some fashion. And I think that's really, really good for the health of the studio and the games themselves, where we're able to bring expertise onto it at the right...
I wish somebody had done a comment. Sometimes when you see streams, you can scroll down and there'll be a comment and it'll be timestamps to all the questions asked, and that would be an easy way to navigate it, because I kind of don't really care that much about the part of the interview that's going to have to do with with Starfield. I mean, I care. There's the stuff that I would be interested in because I want to review Starfield next year. But I mean, when I want to do my Starfield marketing research, I'll do that. And I know I'm not entitled to a purely Skyrim interview. I'm just stating my my intentions here. All right. No new questions asked. Or, well, no new questions answered. Plenty of new questions asked. If almost all of their teams focus on different things, wouldn't that just add to the missed ignored problem in TES 6? No. Lots of studios will have a thing where they kind of rotate, because okay, the way the game's production work isn't like a video game. It's not like you pull a bunch of people into a room and then they start staring at a monitor and a progress bar starts filling until the game is complete. Different people work on different elements of the project at different times. There's no real need for QA to be working on the game that's only in pre-production, and there's no need for writers to be working on a game that's about to ship. So the writing team is working on a different game than the QA team, and so studios tend to roll their projects like that. Bethesda's issue seems to be that they don't know, they're having difficulty having multiple studios and figuring out how they want to roll these projects. So it's so it results in these 4 or 5 year development projects. It doesn't really have to do with the fact that they don't use crunch. Because, I mean, if you look at Fallout 4, that took, 4 years, right? Does Fallout 4 have a meaningfully larger amount of content than Oblivion or Morrowind, which were developed in less time with less people? So it's not as simple as there's more than one variable involved.
Times, not burn people out, such.
But is it fair to say then that Todd Howard's team that is responsible for Elder Scrolls, mainline Fallout, and Starfield works on mostly one game at a time?
We're focused on one at a time.
Yeah.
We tend to, pre-production for me I mean, I like it to be like 2 years. So you might have a small group on it and do something and then say, let's pause, let's come back. I think that makes a difference what we're doing. When we're really going full bore, where most of the studio is on something, that can be anywhere from 12 months to 24 months. But that's true the way you said it, that we're going to focus on that.
I'm going to look for Skyrim.
There's more overlap, I think, than do a game, stop, do a game.
So Starfield is...
it's amazing.
It's unbelievable.
It's incredible. And the work they've done on Wolfenstein and scenes and characters, I just think they're incredible messages. You know, he likes video games. He loves Fallout. I like space.
Fallout Shelter is in... You can play it in your Tesla.
Right. I like space. I like cars. And so
Todd Howard likes cars, but he owns a Tesla?
We would talk about those things. And I'd been out to SpaceX. And it was something that Jeff Keighley, who runs that stage show there, tries to really put together interesting groups, and it was something we had tried to do.
All right, Todd answered the question. So I asked him, how has the release of Cyberpunk 2077 influenced your team's philosophy towards releasing games? And Todd answered, I can only speak to the issues we've had, such as Fallout 76. We let people down, and we're able to learn and be better from it. We are fortunate 3 years later to have 76 be one of our most played games, and it's thanks to the 11 million players who have made it an incredible community. It made us much better developers in the end. That's about as good an answer as I could expect for such a question. So, good on him for answering my question. So yeah, I don't think there's anything else to glean from this interview. Yeah, there were a lot of people in the AMA who were kind of like thinking that he wasn't going to answer that question. So let me just do my victory lap on my Twitter. All right, now I'm going to put the horse up. What time is it? We've been going for about 90 minutes. We're going to switch over to NeverKnowsBest video. But we're going to do that at the turn of the hour. So if you need to refresh, now's the time to do it. I'm going to keep my eyes on the AMA. But sort of, no, I screenshotted it. I posted it on the Twitter. What about other AMA questions? Yeah, we've been reading them as they've been coming in. And like he's already answered another question. So all right, I'm going to be back in a second. Do we have some gamer moments, or is it just the guy saying "Enwa"? What sub is the AMA on? The main Ask Me Anything subreddit. Oh yeah, Top Question got a sweet roll, didn't they? Is Todd Howard gonna ask me to mail something, or will I get banned before then? Because I think the original AMA announcement did say something about a sweet roll. Top comment wins a sweet roll. It's gonna be fucking poisoned. I guarantee it. If he knows that it's me getting it, gotta be poisoned. If Todd DMs me, I'm gonna ask him for an interview, and I'm gonna lay out the terms. One interview for one positive endorsement of Anniversary Edition. Those are the rules. I made them. We don't have a Cinnabon. He can't do that. Listen, everybody has a price. My price is I get to go out to Maryland and meet private sessions, and we do an interview with Todd Howard. I probably won't. Okay, here's the deal with Never Knows Best. I probably won't be as mean in quotes to him as I was with Salt Factory, because last time we did a Never Knows Best video, that kind of started the stream series. And it was one of the better kind of videos that we watched from the Oblivion part, so he's got things to say, and I'm kind of appreciative of that. That's the big thing that I look for in videos. I put a question down about the text box dialogue for minor NPCs to help boost the population. Yeah, I know there's a lot of joke questions. Alright, so there was a thread. Someone actually asked him if he would interview me. That's funny. Do I just have dono images ready, or do I grab it from the internet? I have a bunch of stuff saved that I usually just post. Alright, we're at the turn of the hour here. Let's see. What kind of questions has Todd answered? He's answered 2 questions. Can I scroll down? Okay. Hey Todd, what type of mod support can we expect to see in Creation Engine 2? Our plan is to have full mod support like our previous games. Our modding community has been with us for 20 years. We love what they do and hope to see them make a career out of it. Ooh, that's a change in tone. Even after 10 years, I still consider Skyrim the gold standard of open-world single-player RPG experiences. Does Starfield have any groundbreaking innovations that will set a high bar for the next generation of action RPGs, similar to what Skyrim did for this decade? We prefer to just show it, which should be next summer. We're happy with the advancements we've been able to make, some of which you can see in the trailer shot in-game. Is he still answering questions? The last question he answered was like 3 minutes ago. So yeah, he's still actively doing it, and it's the thing. The fact that he answered my question says one of two things: either he's not answering planted questions, or he recognizes that my question is kind of important to answer, regardless of their plan. We haven't had a single angry Joa. Well, we can load him up.
If you want to talk about the PS4 version we played at launch, it's like a 2! A fucking 2! It was nearly unplayable before being fixed. I suppose I could try to focus on the PC version, even though we had a ton of issues there too. But I guess if you factor in all the good things and all the bad and all the patches, I'd say 6 out of 10 at release.
Alright. We'll ease up. Internet's a hard job. You gain a lot of weight. I gotta kick up a gym membership soon. Which question is mine? The most upvoted one. He answered it, which is a big thing. So at this point, promoting it would only be about getting the sweet roll, and I don't care that much. So let's. No, we're not gonna play this. So we've got NeverKnowsBest here. Now, I would love to have a home gym, but I need a gym membership until I figure out the home situation. This is like the minor thing. Cart opening. I'm gonna put that on the bingo card because the cart opening thing is like with the Oblivion videos when they open with, they always open with that Oblivion cutscene, and it's a specific part. Oblivion opening cutscene. Every fucking Oblivion video starts with this.
This is the 27th of last seed.
They'll usually take out the thing, but they love this.
And the final hours of my life.
This right here is So the Skyrim equivalent to that is opening with the cart ride. Are you just... Is that how... I don't recall how your video opened. Is that how your video opened from Hero? Did you open with the Oblivion cutscene? Actually, that's a... I just thought of a fair question. Does his video open that way? So, like, he has his own opening for the Oblivion intro, but then he goes... Fix the cart ride for this one. No, the music's one thing. Is there a Morrowind equivalent? Well, that's my issue, is we never did this for Morrowind, so I don't know what the stereotypes of Morrowind videos are for openings. The cutscenes aren't as, like, cinematic, so... I doubt they would use the opening cutscene. Morrowind's equivalent is waking on the ship in front of Jib. That's probably true. But I think they would skip the cutscene.
Every child who has ever sat down in front of a TV screen and switched on a video game has dreamed of stepping into a virtual world. It's a dream at the heart.
Don't tell me how I feel. Hang on. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. This is a last resort usually. Yes, I saw Todd answered the question. There you go. Not a slight against the guy who asked it. It's just I would rather have that question answered for people.
Of many gaming experiences, and many a game has tried to fulfill it in various ways over the years. But I'm not sure any have done so as effectively as the Elder Scrolls series. These games are big, open, interactive juggernauts of player expression, but do a better job at allowing players to feel like they're exploring another world than almost any other game out there.
Don't listen to that manlet. I care about your training regime. Okay, I'm an 8x3 guy. Chest day. Legs day. Gotta have a core day. You want golden abs. Deadlift's a meme. There's better ways. Don't skip your squats.
They provide experiences players can lose themselves within, with worlds players want to believe in, that regularly eschew the traditional conventions of game design in ways that make them wholly unique. There aren't any other games like them, and years later that remains true despite both their critical and commercial success, and the mainstream domination of the open world genre over the last decade.
Okay. I was just looking at the games that he had here.
The Elder Scrolls games are an invitation to see video games as something more. This series is a celebration of what it means to be a kid and dream of exploring a whole other world.
I think that's a you thing. Intros are always rough, just FYI. Starting a video, that's the slowest part.
And yet, if there is one game that took that dream and crushed it into 1,000 disillusioned pieces underneath its big fat metaphorical heel, it's the Elder Scrolls
4, Oblivion. Let's see. Any updates? Hi Todd, what sort of game would you make if you had infinite budget and 10 years of dev time? And he answered all of them. Will Skyrim Anniversary run 60 frames per second on PS5? Yes, and same on Xbox X and S, different resolutions. I'm currently playing Oblivion. Any tips? Pick acrobatics and jump constantly. Oh, come on, Todd. Don't give the man bad advice. You'll level too quickly. Hey, Todd, what happens when it just doesn't work? What's the... Oh, shit. What's the worst bug you've encountered? Long time ago, during Redguard, the lead programmer made all the buildings hop up and down after you played for 10 minutes just to mess with me. Well, that's not a bug. I adored the Terminator games Bethesda did back in the 90s. The atmosphere of the future was so exceptionally realized that wouldn't you consider the limitations of the time? My question is, do you have any particular memory when it comes to the development of those games that stands out? And if the opportunity arose, would you ever consider going back to the Terminator IP for another game? Thanks for the note regarding Terminator. We love working on it. The license was in limbo, so we were able to do pretty much whatever we wanted. We alternated fantasy worlds and post-apocalyptic worlds with Tez and Terminator before we did it with Fallout. That's weird. How come we can't answer a Terminator question? A big part of my interview would be asking him questions about like his early career and how he got shifted into sort of a management position.
5. Skyrim.
Chop. I feel like that's another... it's a less common one. I feel like the Cartwright's more prolific, but... I have to remember, the guy yelling, chop his fucking head off over the Solitude execution. NDA. I doubt that there's an NDA issue with that. I think it's just sort of asking questions about the Terminator games. Obviously, part of this AMA is going to be that it's marketing the Anniversary Edition. So talking about like 20-year-old T is kind of not in the cards.
How did Skyrim do that, you may ask? Is it because Skyrim is overrated, shallow, casual?
No, it's because Skyrim kicked down my door and deleted all my old games. What was weird was when I saw Skyrim going back out to the car to drive away, the person in the driver's seat was Noah Caldwell-Gervais.
Is it because Skyrim is a bad game? Well, no, my imaginary friend, Skyrim didn't kill that dream by being a bad game, it killed it by being a good game. And this is the tragedy of Skyrim. If you're...
And people complain about my intros. That was a big straw man that he put in there. This is going to sound crazy, but the worst ever glitch we had was a strange haunted cartridge which was filled with called Noah's Revenge. I think his idea is that probably, obviously he's going to probably say it, but I think what he's leading to is Skyrim's a good game, just not in the ways that fans of the older games wanted. And I would agree with that sentiment. Skyrim is a good action-adventure game. It's a bad RPG. Noah Caldwell-Gervais shot my dog in a driveway today. I'm in the process of ordering a lawsuit. It's not going to work. The system's rigged against you. I don't have any active developments on whether or not our guy who has a grudge against Noah Caldwell-Gervais, if he's said anything. I probably haven't checked in like 2 days.
Sitting there right now thinking, that doesn't even make sense. Maybe you should consider that it doesn't even make sense yet. But we have an hour and a half to go, and sense will be made. Believe me, I've seen the script. If you're sitting there...
Okay. Sure. Todd Howard no-clipped into my house and replaced all my games with Skyrim. That happened to you too? The question is there going to be an unannounced sponsorship in this one? Because that happened last time.
Right now thinking, what the hell have I clicked on? Who is this guy? Well, maybe you should have thought of that before clicking on something that says Episode 3 in the title. Really, you've only got yourself to blame here. Well, yourself and the YouTube algorithm.
Anglo alert. Hide your kids. Why don't you use sponsor block? I don't know. I view, while sponsorships are annoying, they're not something I'm going to block.
Algorithm. In fact, maybe you should blame the algorithm. Honestly, I blame the YouTube algorithm for everything wrong in my life. Still, one person that is...
I know, the YouTube algorithm came to my house and deleted all my games. So which one was your question? The Cyberpunk question. Then there was some guy on Reddit who was like, oh my god, Cyberpunk has nothing to do with Bethesda. It's like, it has everything to do with Bethesda. It's the same fucking genre. It's the same industry. There's a lot of parallels between Cyberpunk 2077 and Fallout 76. Do you think Fallout 4 and Skyrim would have been better if the development team went all in and made a directed experience over the OW they're marketed as? Oh, the open world they're marketed as. No. Well, okay, now I get what you're saying. I think that they wanted the games to be open world, but they're more focused on like the action adventure parts of the open world genre as opposed to concerning themselves with role-playing games. So I don't think it would be a benefit to them to do kind of like linear games. I don't think that's what they're striving for. I think they're not going for linear, they're going for focus. I once saw Todd Noah in the YouTube algorithm trying to lure a kid into a van. Was it in the UK?
Isn't to blame is me. What did I do? In the last video I said you should start
What did you do? You made this introduction.
at episode 1 because otherwise these videos won't make sense, and I am tempted to say that again now. However, that isn't really the whole story, and this final episode is all about the whole story, so I feel I should level with you. The truth is, you should start
Lay it thick on me.
at episode 1 because you don't deserve to start at episode 3.
Cringe department? I think I heard the algorithm shouted in the audience at QuakeCon. Was he the one that yelled rape her when they were at Riverwood? I heard that about the YouTube algorithm. This is like as British as it gets.
You haven't earned it. For those who have, welcome back. Let's begin.
Wow, that was 3 minutes. Obviously, look, I have long introductions, but usually my introductions are focused on like preempting certain arguments that are typically made. I will like address that, hey, there was a Morrowind video, but you don't have to watch it, because I don't think that you do. Noah called me cringe on Reddit. No. I heard that Noah and the YouTube algorithm share a Reddit account. Now, I'm not gonna put the video essay piano in the bingo card. That's a video essay bingo card, not a Skyrim video bingo card kind of deal. The French are better than Anglos. I would take that action. Alright. There's a cut underwater vault in Fallout 4, Vault 120. What's going to take place there? What was going to take place there? Also, a lot of Fallout maps, Fallout 4's map is underwater. Was there any content planned for it? Unfortunate cut content, Bioshock-style vault with massive sentient octopus living inside it. Interesting that he knows that off the top of his head. I've read that the goal of Starfield is that it will be more of a hardcore RPG. Can you verify this and flesh that out in more detail? Does that mean that the character creation will be more complicated like it was in Morrowind and Oblivion? Really excited about what the team has done with character creation here, including choosing background, skills, etc. You can also pick your pronoun, and we've recorded all the relevant dialogue to support that choice. I was just thinking about that, but I was thinking they should go the opposite way. Look, I get it. They is not grammatically correct, but it does save you a lot of effort to just have all the lines be gender neutral. Because it's like, how much space is spent having the female pronouns in Skyrim, as opposed to just having like a gender neutral pronoun? Or go the other way, just make everybody play girls. I would support that.
Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
I live with an English person, and they say that you can't be gender neutral in every sentence in English.
Skyrim fixed Oblivion. Of course, fixed is a loaded term. A dog who gets fixed may not view the process quite as positively as their owner, and the fixing of many a thing has, I'm sure, been met with displeasure for any who disputed its status of broken to begin with. But there were parts of Oblivion that needed fixing. Still, the most important way Skyrim fixed Oblivion was how it refined Bethesda's vision. Skyrim didn't represent any major jump into the unknown like the last few entries into the series. It was on the same hardware, with the same target audience, and followed the same design priorities. Yet the changes Skyrim did make were done with a quiet confidence. It took Oblivion's already accessible and acclaimed formula and ran with it, trimming the fat, polishing its...
Oh, yeah, I thought we already did this thesis statement thing. I think that there should be a pre-created character in Elder Scrolls, voiced by Chris Pratt. Maybe we can up the quality, but it was the speed I was kind of looking for.
Its rough edges, and learning valuable lessons to produce what would end up being Bethesda's most successful game by all measurable metrics. You could describe Skyrim as like Oblivion but better, although this would be a little unfair on the latter. Such a description would fail to acknowledge the variety to Oblivion's side quests, or the strength of some of its factions, as well
Sure.
as the way in which Oblivion managed to foster its own strangely surreal yet comforting, low-budget, tropey fantasy atmosphere that some might find more appealing. Yet, even if this description would be unfair, it might not be that inaccurate. Much of Skyrim is similar to Oblivion, with improvements often being made in key areas, so let's focus on those changes through the lens of what Bethesda was trying to achieve with them. First up, the criticism that has haunted these games since their inception: that the combat is bad.
Lay it on me. Actually, hang on. Let's look at what Todd has to say. Explain yourself. Hey, Todd. I recently became creative director on a decently sized mod project, so it had me curious. What's your favorite aspect of being in the role? What kind of advice would you give to someone fairly new to that kind of position? And Todd responds, give your team room to have their own ideas and creative impact. The best results are always from a team, and the best teams are the ones that feel safe to fail and try new ideas together. And then he says, yeah, there'll be the kind of robot companions? No, do you mean like kind of's like cyborg? There either are or there aren't.
Skyrim has several solutions to this, but they're more like mildly entertaining party tricks that it has carefully hidden up its sleeve than the radical design overhaul that might have actually been necessary to exercise this problem once and for all. For starters, you can now dual wield with both weapons and magic. This is a welcome addition, as it not only provides more choice in playstyle, something easy to appreciate in an RPG, it also introduces some element of sacrifice to using magic, as dedicating a hand to casting spells now comes at the cost of your shield or second weapon. To go alongside this, there is the introduction of Dragon Shouts, new magic-like abilities that the player gains.
These things are all true.
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue.
Through learning ancient words of power. These have reasonably long cooldowns, but adds an impressive variety of new abilities, and it's hard to deny the simple enjoyment that comes with seeing enemy bodies ragdoll all over the place at the hands of your Fusrodar, even if it is less enjoyable to be on the receiving end of this. Still, these shouts end up feeling badly needed, as otherwise the selection of spells available is honestly rather lackluster. The spell creation system of the previous games has been removed now, and in its absence, magic is left seeming overly inflexible, as not only are there few spell types, but also each type tends to be associated with a particular spell skill level, meaning all novice destruction spells are continuously casted streams, all apprentice spell levels are simple projectiles, and so on. This means you're forced to use the one type of spell that matches your level of ability, or you risk sacrificing effectiveness, removing much of the variety and choice that should make playing a magic character enjoyable in the first place. The entire spell school of mysticism was also removed.
Pour one out for the homies. I say good. I didn't even use mysticism anyways. What was that quote? That's good. I never used mysticism anyway, and I also can't wait to dual wield or go with a sword in one hand and a spell in the other. That's Luke from January 24th, 2011 at 4:43 in the afternoon.
This type of streamlining is part of a larger pattern in Skyrim, and this won't be the last we'll see of it. Still, Bethesda likely hoped these kinds of absences wouldn't be fixated upon if its core features, like combat, at least seemed better than the previous games.
Okay, mechanical absences would be excused if combat was good. That's an interesting position. I could probably find myself agreeing that that might have been the idea, but the thing is, Skyrim combat and Oblivion combat are extremely similar. Like, yeah, they changed magic and they have the hand system now, but if you're just running sword and board, it's basically the same. I guess they have shield bash now, but nobody ever talks about that. Mysticism, more like missing-cism. Laughing my fucking ass off. Wouldn't mechanics be the thing that make combat good, though? Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing is, okay, let's say that Skyrim had all these magical cuts, but it had Mordhouse combat. Well, then, yeah, this would probably be the case, but... Oblivion had shield bash, too? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that was new. No, Shield Bash was a perk, and it was like an automatic thing at block level 75. It wasn't an active thing like it is in Skyrim. I hope they cutscene for every time you fast travel in Test 6. It would be so cool. What's that based on? It would fucking suck, man. How would you clear out homeless bandits effortlessly if Skyrim had Mordhau combat? Well, I mean, it would be like, have you ever done Horde mode in Mordhau? The AI isn't really that good at using Mordhau's system to fight against the player. So I would imagine that's how it would turn out in Elder Scrolls, is you would have lots of options for the player, and the AI could do it, but they wouldn't be particularly intelligent about doing it. So you're never going to get hard-bodied by a sweaty at Bleak Falls Barrow.
To this end, much more effort was placed on combat animations, with each hit now feeling weightier than the overly floaty animations that Oblivion had, and to top this off, there's also a large variety of new flashy kill animations.
That goes on the list. I think kill moves are out of place in Elder Scrolls. I think they're out of place pretty much everywhere. I didn't like them in Doom. That face when you'll never be hard-bodied by a sweaty at Bleak Falls Barrow. We'll just turn the difficulty up to Legendary and, like, build a really bad character. And you can kind of simulate the experience. Would Mordhau combat work on console, though? I don't really do PC, so I wouldn't know. I mean, I can see ways that you could make it work. I'm pretty sure there's people who play Mordhau with a controller, so...
In some ways, these kill animations sum up Bethesda's approach to combat in this game. Skyrim added more style in order to hide the fact that its combat still has little substance. And so, most of Oblivion's deeper combat problems remain, they're just less noticeable underneath a new, more presentable exterior. That said, the single biggest problem that negatively impacted Oblivion's combat has at least been fixed. In the last video, I spent a lot of time detailing the variety of negative impacts Oblivion's level scaling could have, but one thing I may not have emphasized enough was just how tedious scaled enemies made combat encounters. Once you reached mid-game, Oblivion assaulted the player with a non-stop onslaught of overly tanky enemies that were so time-consuming to hack your way through over and over again that it made combat often...
I know I did this at one point in the Oblivion video. When your weapons grayed out in Oblivion, doesn't that mean that it's broken? Like it's at 0 durability, so it's at minimum damage? I think that's how that works. Somebody who actually likes Oblivion, chime in. No, you can't equip broken weapons. If a weapon breaks in your hand, it stays in your hand in Oblivion.
feel like a chore. In Skyrim, these hit point inflated enemies are no longer the norm, and while this was an obvious change that really says more about Oblivion's failings than Skyrim's successes, it's still an important change. But Skyrim doesn't just tweak a few numbers to remedy a couple of Oblivion's more egregious oversights. It takes this opportunity of a second chance to try to earnestly repent for many of the level scaling's erstwhile errors. Where Oblivion scaled all
Repent, fucker, repent.
enemies to the player's level, Skyrim instead divides its enemies into those with a fixed level and those that scale, with the scaling enemies now having a minimum and maximum level, meaning the player can still encounter dangerous enemies even early in the experience, and can still gain that sense of progression that comes with feeling your character grow in power relative to some of the world's other inhabitants. Skyrim also has answers to some of the more immersion-breaking.
Yeah, but that wasn't the issue with level scaling. The issue was fighting enemies who had super tanky health even on low difficulty.
Aspects of the previous game scaling. Entire species of animals are no longer removed from the game world when the player passes a certain level threshold, and where Oblivion had a tendency to hand out legendary equipment to any and all of its world's inhabitants with the enthusiasm of a kindly grandparent giving out candy on Halloween, in Skyrim, bandit equipment is now restricted to a much more lore-appropriate level. Enemies aren't the only feature to be scaled more effectively either. Unique items and artifacts are no longer tied to the player's level, and this, in conjunction with
Except for 16 items that are. No good reason.
changes to human enemy loot tables allows rare and powerful equipment to feel much more valuable now. The changes to scaling Skyrim makes aren't radical, they're intelligent, targeted decisions.
I guess I'll have to say it again, this is my daily dick flattening. Just because I point something out doesn't mean that it's the final nail on the cross that we'll fucking ban him for. Like it's a minor thing. Yes, I get it. It would be really easy to miss that the Nightingale blade scales. But it does, so. Did anyone really care about glass armor bandits? I thought it was kind of annoying, but I didn't have an issue with the concept of some of the bandits having high-level gear. Because that was how it was in Morrowind. You would do a bandit dungeon, and at the end, the guy in charge might have, like, some really good equipment. Glass armor's ugly. Yeah, that's... I have to wonder, how many people would complain about the bandits getting, like, glass armor if the glass armor in Oblivion actually looked cool? And didn't look like they were wearing a Bong costume.
Designed to fix the last game's core problems, while still allowing for a world where players can tackle any content in the order they choose, without feeling like they're being punished for their selections. The sheer quantity of Draugr the player faces can still make the scaling of this particular group of enemies feel overly noticeable, but for the most part...
Yeah, but you could imagine that, like, the bandit chieftain's the one who's doing it because he finds the idea of being a bandit novel. Or it's like he's just got the best loot.
Skyrim is able to scale its world without the act of scaling breaking immersion or ruining progression. Speaking of progression, we come to another area subject to Skyrim's patented fat trimming, and it's one that Bethesda took to streamlining with the enthusiasm of an overachieving aeronautical engineer. You'll notice this as soon as you create your character, as instead of choosing a class with major skills, a specialization, and a favored birth sign, you now only choose your race and appearance. In fact, there's no mention of anything stat-related at all. Character creation is a 100% number-free exercise, and even the small differences between races that do still exist are left being unspecified, with nothing but some vague racial descriptions to go off that merely suggest some races might be better at certain activities. Clearly, stats are not what Bethesda intended for players to be thinking about at this stage.
I feel like you could pitch this the other way. Character creation is really confusing because it doesn't tell you what you're deciding. But it's all minor stuff. It's like 5 extra points in a skill that will raise up super fast if you didn't pick it. Most of the racial difference is those abilities. Skyrim has like a communication problem where it doesn't want to tell you numbers because it's scared that you might leave if it starts going, yeah, this is how the Ancestor's Fire ability works. I'm down for dick size slider in TES 6. I'll take that.
And that won't change much later either. Most skills still exist at least, but the core attribute system doesn't, with level ups now providing 1 skill perk and a single stat bonus to either your health, stamina, or magic bar. This choice is less interesting than the previous one of increasing 3 attributes out of 7, where you had different bonuses based on your skill advancement that level. In fact, the new choice is so straightforward that it hardly feels worth participating in. Increasing stamina has little value outside of increasing carrying capacity for the lazy.
Power attacks, which are actually more useful in Skyrim. How do I feel about racial abilities? I like them. They're just kind of lame in Skyrim.
Magic is only useful for magic users, and even then it's not as useful as magic cost reduction from equipment, and health is fine, I guess. It's health, you can hardly go wrong with a greater bodily capacity for in-game beatings. So you may as well just increase health every time, until you reach the point where picking the same option on every level up starts to make you feel like you have a personality defect, and so you switch to just picking at random in a vain attempt to seem like a less boring person. Still, at least
that's a really weird kind of motivation or issue to have. And then there's Breton with 50% magic resistance. Yeah, Breton is busted. I think that's Todd's preferred character. Well, it's like, I don't understand the perspective of magicka points are less useful than like magic cost reduction gear, when it's like both are aiming to the same thing. There's some genuinely expensive spells in Skyrim. And he also like glazed over stamina, which is really useful more useful in Skyrim for increasing the amount of melee damage that you're doing.
At least you don't need to worry about leveling inefficiently anymore. Although, in my opinion, being overly boring is a greater cardinal sin than being bad, and I can't help but look at Skyrim's...
Okay, hang on. So efficient leveling is only a problem in Oblivion because of the scaling system. It wasn't a problem in Morrowind because all characters, regardless of how efficiently you level them, will become pretty powerful. Bretons are like the ultimate in I want the best of all worlds, and I want no sacrifices.
new, refined progression system, and wonder if part of the reason for these changes was as a passive-aggressive fuck you to all the players who left the previous games on auto-run or jumped up and down for 4 hours to artificially game the previous systems.
No, because Todd just recommended that you do this to somebody. Also, why would Bethesda care if people were grinding in their games? That's the player's problem. And you can grind in Skyrim just as well. Gear in Morrowind is the crutch for a shitty character build. I mean, what is a shitty character build, though? Like, legitimately. You're still gonna max out whatever perks you need to need for your build, so by level 20. Balance is still important in terms of player fun. Why? How, in what way is balance important in terms of player fun? Oh, players went on Reddit and they saw that there was a certain playstyle that was overpowered, and now they think that their build sucks. Again, that's your fucking problem as a player. And you're gonna take away somebody else's fun because you're worried about this hypothetical person that probably doesn't even exist. Bro, he's just making jokes. Stop analyzing every line, haha. Yeah. Yeah. You get that a lot with the Salt videos. Or, well, that was more of a Dime Tree thing, like Dime Tree Will thing of, no, bro, he's just making a joke. Just let it play. And it's like, no, I won't just let it play.
This makes it feel a bit like a teacher punishing the entire class for the actions of the badly behaved few, and I don't really appreciate being treated this way by a video game. I'm an adult. And innocent. And I would like my attribute selection back. I promise I'll play nicely. To this end, the added selection of one skill perk per level was badly needed to remedy the character progression's lack of depth, but unfortunately, perks have their own problems. Still, there's nothing wrong with the idea. It clearly came from Bethesda's earlier title, Fallout 3, which...
Give me 1 second. Well, yeah, balance is for multiplayer games because something being overpowered in a multiplayer game can ruin the fun of somebody else. Okay.
Which was borrowing from the original Fallout games.
Oh, he is sped up. Oh no.
And adding this system to the Elder Scrolls doesn't seem like a bad plan. Perks add more character choice, which can be packaged in an easily digestible format for players to scoff down at regular intervals to customize their character and playstyle. That said, Skyrim's perk system ended up as a sinkhole of wasted potential, mostly due to its overly restrictive structure. Each skill has its own perk tree, but to access the later perks you have to first acquire the early perks, in addition to reaching a high enough skill level. This limits the amount of options available to the player, while forcing them to invest into less useful and less interesting perks for multiple level ups, just to get to the few perks they actually want.
I don't really see an issue with making the player commit to early perks to get later perks. Players shouldn't feel that their playstyle choice is worse or holding them back. Okay, but the only reason the player knows that their playstyle is holding them back is if they go out and look and see what other people are doing. And then what you're advocating is, basically what I'm taking away is, you're a really boring person who likes to use two-handed weapons, and you saw how much fun that magic people were having, and so you decided that rather than asking that they make the two-handed weapons more fun, you asked that they made the magic less fun for the other people. Ironically, isn't this what Fallout 4 did? I think that's the case. I think perks are tied to your attribute levels in Fallout 4, right? Like, you have to have strength 8 to get the to go down the tree and get it. So instead of having to buy the early strength perks, you can just kind of shop around.
Bethesda also seemed afraid of making any perk too valuable, leaving some entire trees in an existential crisis of purposelessness. Take lockpicking. In Skyrim, you can pick any lock in game regardless of your lockpicking skill or your lockpicking perks. This is already a questionable design decision. I know no one likes finding a shiny treasure chest, only to discover they're not able to get their grubby paws on its contents because of the lock level, but
There's a way around that problem. Are you going to propose it?
experiencing the displeasure of this is precisely what makes later being able to avoid these situations all the more satisfying. That's basically how progression works, and in an RPG this tends to be a good thing. But even ignoring this, the lockpicking perks themselves are
Lockpicking's problem is that all playstyles are funneled into lockpicking. Because, there's problems that every character has to deal with. Every character has to deal with the problem of talking to other NPCs and, unlocking chests and doors and stuff. In Morrowind, there were multiple ways that you could handle both those problems, and Oblivion had multiple ways, and then Skyrim said the only way to influence other NPCs is with the speech skill. The only way to unlock stuff is with the lockpicking skill. My problem with perks is that leveling slows way down, and so you sort of just don't have enough perk points to do everything that you need to do for a character. Mind you, I'm not doing a do everything mechanically on one player character. I did a melee focus build that used no ranged options. I did a ranged focus build, and I'm doing a magic focus build. And even with those constraints, I wasn't getting enough perk points to kind of keep the build optimal. I don't know, after like a decently long playthrough, my lockpicking skill only gets to like 70.
still terrible. 5 of the perks just exist to make each tier of lock easier to pick. The problem with these is that the lockpicking minigame is already mechanically easy. The only thing that can make it difficult is having a lockpicking skill level that's too low for.
But what's the one perk that's in the lockpicking tree that people want? It's Golden Touch, which just adds more gold to chests. And then I guess if you get to lockpicking 100, you can get the Unbreakable perk, which means that lockpicks don't break. But again, let's think about this. Golden Touch means you find more gold in a game where everybody ends their playthrough with at least 50,000. And Unbreakable lockpicks makes your pick unbreakable in a game where everybody has over 100 picks by level 30. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, there's no point in investing in the lockpicking tree at all. But that's the issue. It's not that there are good perks hidden behind stuff. Oh, YouTube actually did the thing where they announced that they're removing dislikes. Amazing. Amazing. Unbreakable picks is as worthless as the skeleton key. Yeah, that's kind of my point. I do wish that that was how it worked in Daggerfall, was if you were strong enough, you could just break doors down. And I think they thought that was overpowered, and so they just didn't add it to Morrowind. But I think that should be the way that melee characters can deal with locked doors. Is mages have alteration magic, thieves have the lockpicking skill, and melee characters have their raw fucking strength. Or maybe like that's what they use axes for. I thought they were on the fence about that. They were okay, but the weird thing is, from what I was told, they're removing just the public-facing dislikes. So we can still see the dislike bar in the creator studio, and we can still see the number of dislikes stuff gets. It's just that publicly facing, you don't see them. So this whole we're protecting creators by like shielding them from dislikes is bullshit, because the creators are now going to be the only ones that see the dislikes.
The lock in question, but each of these perks has a skill level requirement, meaning the only way to get them is to have a high enough skill level that you already don't need them, because easier lockpicking is only useful on locks higher than your skill level, but you can only get the easier lockpicking perks for locks lower than your skill level.
Yeah, it's paradoxical. Comments are worse than dislikes. Well, you keep talking like that, they'll can comments one day.
This is absurd. Making easy locks even easier is pointless. Lockpicks are already everywhere in this game, and even if they weren't, lockpicks are dirt cheap. And I don't want to lecture you on Tamrielian economics, but there ain't no lack of dirt in this place, I'll tell you that much. And then we have the other 6 perks. Let's go through them one by one. Quick Hands allows you to pick locks unnoticed, but when would that actually be useful? This perk doesn't allow you to steal.
I would say probably every time I tried to break into the front door of Arcadia's. Yeah, I mean, we all know that the dislikes thing stems from the fact that people have been expressing their displeasure with the current state of things by disliking stuff on the on like government pages.
Unnoticed, so you'd still end up having to avoid line of sight in these situations anyway. Wax Key gives you a copy of a picked lock's key, but if you have to pick the lock to get the key, you obviously don't need the key anymore, do you?
Okay, so Wax Key is for I mean, it's dumb, but it's an alternative to stealing the key off of people for their shops, because what you do is you get keys to all the shops, and then you no longer have to lockpick stuff. You can just walk right in. That's for if you're like, that's for if you're doing the cool thing, which is to serial loot the alchemy shops. But okay, he did say it, but the main problem with this perk tree has to do with the spine of the tree, which is the novice lockpicking, apprentice lockpicking, etc., to get to these parts, these more utility stuff. The thing is, I don't think it would be better if you could just jump straight to the perks that you wanted. I don't think that would improve the experience, because it would be very easy for you to just kind of like, there's almost always just overpowered perks later in the tree, even if there's like you abide by the skill requirements kind of deal. No, that's not what balancing means. You understand, balancing implies that you are raising one thing and lowering another by definition. Literally in the definition of the word. So fixing and balancing are two different things.
Golden Touch gives more gold in chests, which sounds nice, but almost all gold in Skyrim comes from selling items, and gold isn't very useful anyway, so even if this perk isn't...
I think he's going to set the record. He has like 179,000 gold. The previous like record holder for most gold in Skyrim only had like 100,000. for these videos. Obviously, somebody's going to be like, oh yeah, well, I have the maximum amount of gold that you can have, like the 2 million or whatever.
Isn't entirely worthless, that doesn't mean it's worth investing in 3 other perks that are worthless to get it. Treasure Hunter gives a 50% greater chance to find special treasure, which sounds really impressive until you look into how it works and realize it's only certain chests, and it only gives you a chance to find 1 extra item in them, and it's only a 50% increase, meaning your base 10% chance to find an extra item is increased to 15%, which is a lot less impressive. And this is why percentages are for liars. Wake up, people, this is how they get you. Locksmith means lockpicks start closer to the correct position, but to get this you need 80 skill level, and to first acquire all of the easier lockpicking perks, except master level, meaning lockpicking would already be so easy by this point, but I refuse to believe there is anyone who would need an extra perk to make it even easier. Lastly, Unbreakable.
So none of my characters, not even the thief-focused character, invested a single point in lockpicking. I saw Noah Cobble Gervais use his wax key perk to repeatedly steal all the Milky Ways from a grocery store. I've heard that rumor. Alright, what's Todd said? Who's the mother of Jarl Balgruuf's children? He's not talking and he linked an image. Oh god. I know Todd Howard's not going to post anything racy on my stream, is he? Just a picture of him sitting on the throne. Okay. Todd, if you could be transported into any video game forever, what would it be and why? Does Flight Simulator count? I think Flight Simulator would be a terrible pick. Just slowly starving to death exploring the world of Flight Simulator on foot. You've repeatedly said the tone is the first thing Bethesda prioritizes when designing a game. How do you pick a tone to build an entire game around? Are there conversations or even debates on what the tone should be? Yeah, Emil sits in the corner and goes, we should make it a dark comedy. And then everybody's like, thank you, Emil. Also, how do you preserve tone across so many different areas of development, especially the non-visual ones, that can't pull so directly from your studio's excellent concept art? Great question, and one we debate here often. Tone equals world. What place would you want to explore? Why? Who would you be? What would you do? How does that pique your curiosity? How is that curiosity rewarded? We like mixing places with elements that make you feel comfortable with or can relate to alongside the fantastical. Okay, so like tone is a non-question and a non-answer because what is tone? I know it has a definition, but I'm not sure we all know it. Or agree on what it is.
Means lockpicks never break, but lockpicks are literally the same price as dirt. So, unless you want to avoid lockpick wastage for environmental reasons, lockpicks breaking doesn't matter. There are 11 perks in this tree, and every...
It makes the game... Like, it's not about the lockpicks breaking, it's about just being able to easily find it, because I noticed this when I had the skeleton key. What makes the skeleton key powerful is that because it doesn't break, you can very easily probe out where the sweet spot is, and so it's like a master lock can be done quickly because instead of breaking 25 picks, finding the exact pixel that it wants, you can just continually get closer and closer.
Out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Every single one of them is trash. Why couldn't the perks that make each tier of lock easier just make picking locks of that tier automatic? Would that really be too much? Is the lockpicking minigame really meant to be so enjoyable that perks that allow us to skip low-level locks would be such a travesty?
What does... Okay, what does Ordinator... How does that fix it? Ordinator lockpicking. I want to see how Ordinator's lockpicking tree works. Okay, at 0, you have 2 perks. All locks are easier to pick. 20. You can pick bear traps up and place them at 20. There are 5 Dragons of Fate hidden in random locked containers in Skyrim. Each grants 15,000 gold and a free perk point when removed from its container. The name of the container changes to indicate the treasure inside. Lockdown. Activate a Hall-style automaton to lockpick your way into its engine. Robber's Eye. When you enter a dwelling you don't own. This looks cool. A lot of it's about like adding this bear trap feature. So it's like they get... So yeah, I mean, that's the way you fix it is a smaller spine. You don't need... that was Bethesda's problem, is they kept getting caught up on there being like 5 tiers to everything. So there's Novice, Apprentice, Adept, Expert, and Master for everything. And it's like, it should really be like 2 perks. And then you get the rest of the tree.
And what about the fact that you need a skill level of 100 to even be allowed to acquire the Unbreakable and Master Locks perks?
I mean, what's weird about that? You need a maxed out skill to get a really powerful perk. That's true of all the skill trees. So if there's nothing you kind of complement, that would be weird. Have I mastered the destruction spells yet? I haven't played the magic character yet because I don't get to play Skyrim until I don't get to play Anniversary Edition yet. I'm looking on Steam real quick. Anniversary Skyrim. Oh. They've not made this simple to figure out. All right. Skyrim Special Edition. How do I get Anniversary? I guess I just don't yet. That's so weird that they're gonna... Are they gonna list it like this the day it comes out? Like this is the day before, so it should already be listed so that I can play it when it releases tonight. Arcane Accessories adds a few nice elemental spells for destruction mages. There's lots of stuff that adds spells. I was looking at Ordinator as what's the modding community's idea about the lockpicking tree? I do not endorse Ordinator as this is the perk system that should have been in the game, because I don't think that's true. Everybody gets the Anniversary Edition patch. To get the content that actually constitutes the Anniversary Edition, you have to pay $20 extra. Do you think adding in CC content in as you level will change anything significantly about the game? Yes. A lot of the Creation Club content is extremely broken in terms of the way that it changes like the progression system or like the materials that it adds. Like you can get ebony/glass level armor at level 1 from one of the creations.
"80 hours of intense Skyrim playing, where I picked every single lock I encountered, I reached a lockpick skill of 79. So it would likely take over 100 hours of game playing and lockpicking to even unlock these high-level perks, and
you could try using a trainer. That's sort of the way that Skyrim, I think they intended it was, if you want a skill to hit 100, you're going to have to use a trainer in addition to using it a lot. Are you trying to hang me on the balance thing? Because that's really dumb. Creation Club content breaks the progression of Skyrim because it gives you stuff that normally you're not supposed to get until later in the game. Like, you shouldn't be able to get the armor of Pelennor Whitestrake at level 1 and then just be set for good armor for 40 levels. but you can't because of Creation Club, because a lot of it's broken. Some of the CC stuff is like survival mode and such. That's already in special edition. You can already turn it off. And I'm actually not going to play with survival mode on because it makes the screen look like fucking trash. Like, I don't want the entire game to be blurry.
And after all that, these are the rewards you get. It's almost as if the only reason a lot of these perks exist is just to make the perk tree look like a lockpick. But how something looks when arranged as a tree is not the main thing you should use to design your game systems around. Now, I don't want to go through...
Okay, but a lockpick... Okay, that's not what it is, though. There's the lockpick, that's the spine of the tree, and then there's the tumblers. That's not part of the pick. But I'm kind of curious, like, what's your idea for what this system needs? My idea is, like, these are the perks that make it easier to do, and then, like, you might do, like, Golden Touch here, and then Wax Key here.
But how something looks when arranged as a tree is not the main thing you should use to design your game systems around. Now, I don't want to go through every single perk tree listing every single problem I have with Skyrim's perks just to prove a point. Well, that's not entirely true. I do kind of want to go through every single perk tree listing every single problem I have with Skyrim's perks, because that sounds like a good time, and there are worse ways to spend your Saturday night, believe me. But I won't do that, right now at least, because this point doesn't require that much to be proven. Skyrim's perks are almost all either boring or bad, and those few which aren't are locked behind multiple other perks that are, which, when combined with the high skill levels needed to even access them, makes the choice of which perk to choose on level up feel more like a desperate search to find at least one option that isn't terrible, rather than any kind of actual reward.
I usually had something that, like, I was desperately waiting for a level up to upgrade. Then that was on both the characters I've played so far for this analysis. It's not just Wednesday, it's White Girl Wednesday. Uh-oh. Todd has not answered a question in 34 minutes. I think the AMA is over. Does that mean I won? Did I get the sweet roll? Fuck, how do you see the highest rated comment now? Did they remove that? I think I'll win the sweet roll depending on if there's any gay mod intervention. Sort by top, but I don't think the AMA CSS has it where you can sort by top. Like, it just says top 200 comments, and then it has show 500, and then that's it. Where you would typically see sort by best, sort by news, sort by controversial. It just said there's nothing. So, what's the thing that lets you remove a subreddit CSS?
I'm not trying to say Skyrim's perk system is so bad it ruins the game or anything. I do think perks are a good addition, and Skyrim is by no means the only modern game with perk-related problems. But, honestly...
Okay, that's a weird clarifier. Guys, I'm not saying Skyrim is the only game with this problem. Okay? I didn't think you were. Is it White Boy or White Girl Wednesday? This is White Girl Wednesday. Next week's White Boy. No, they can do stuff with the subreddit CSS, like disable the ability to downvote on certain subreddits. And then you have to disable their custom CSS in order to get the generic Reddit layout, where then you actually have the full site functionality. Mind you, I don't have whatever fucking... Reddit is the only website on the internet, I think, that needs mods to function. Like, it's literally... it is the Bethesda of websites, because you need, like, what is it? The RES to make the site functional.
I could make a better perk system than this in my sleep.
Do it! Do it! I dare you. Your video's already an hour and a half long. There's nothing wrong with you spending time proposing a better... like a single perk tree that you think would work better. And you can do it in your sleep. So was that really, like... how long was he talking about lockpicking? He talked about lockpicking for like 6 minutes. White Women Wednesday. There you go.
And I mean that. Seriously, record what I say in my sleep for the rest of my life, and I guarantee you, someone could assemble a better perk selection than Skyrim's. And I'm not even trying to brag here, I'm just saying, if any Bethesda employee is watching, and they are willing to purchase my sleep mutterings, hit me up. Because while this knowledge wouldn't come cheap, I'm sure we could work something out. So, Skyrim's streamlined progression systems are not better than Oblivion's or Morrowind's, but they could be considered less broken. The price Skyrim paid to achieve this was that the choices it presents to players aren't as interesting anymore, but what you or me might call uninteresting, a professional games critic or casual player might call accessible or polished. So while I would never claim to agree with these changes, I do understand them, and I think for many who played Skyrim they might have represented a net positive. Moving on to a universal positive...
Okay. Thanks for your opinion, contribution with that. Well, mods are required because of how Reddit is designed. You can't write an algorithm to make sure posts to a certain subreddit are relevant. Other socials don't have this required. YouTube literally runs that way. Most social medias have some underlying algorithm now to try and give the user a relevant post to look at. And again, it's literally just Reddit's not that complicated. It's literally just you can vote on the posts are then organized, and then you subscribe to a bunch of subreddits, and then those posts are collated into a single feed.
We have the world building. After Morrowind's otherworldly brilliance, Oblivion's setting was criticised for coming across as more generic and shallow. A big reason for Bethesda's change in direction was that they wanted to create a setting that was more traditional, something that felt familiar and would be more marketable. Skyrim's setting straddles the line between the two previous games, and while it's not nearly as unique or memorable as Vardenfell, it is arguably more marketable than Cyrodiil, with enough of Vardenfell's depth and distinctiveness to make it a satisfactory middle ground. The sense of identity provided by snow, Vikings, and dragons is hard.
So basically the worst of both worlds. No, I like Skyrim's world.
Hardly revolutionary, but this does at least bestow Skyrim with more individuality than Oblivion had.
It's still there.
Still, the really important change is that this world now has underlying stories and conflicts that define its people and culture beyond just whatever is happening in the main story. The most obvious example here is the Civil War, which provides a secondary conflict to the main story that relates to the region's political and religious tensions, and which the player is able to engage with in accordance to their own beliefs. There are...
With one side consisting of the righteous, glorious Roman Imperials, and the other side consisting of this dirty racist who has been accused of collaborating with Noah Caldwell-Gervais.
Other conflicts to this region as well, though. Marketh has the Forsworn Rebellions, Riften has crime and corruption, Windhelm has immigration and racism, Winterhold the city has Winterhold the college, and so on.
He's right, I'm just noting it down.
The Jarls of Skyrim also have more purpose and personality than Oblivion's counts ever did, and the side quests in this game are more likely to tie into the region's history and backstory than previously. Overall, Skyrim's world building is a lot better than Oblivion's, and while this doesn't mean it's better than Morrowind, this is still a significant step in the right direction.
Sure.
Another step in the
I
right
would agree
direction is
with that.
Skyrim's overall improved presentation. Oblivion was janky, the voice acting suffered from too few actors, the mini-games were weird, and the main story occasionally came across as more kids' nativity play than professional theatrical production. Skyrim is better in this regard. It's more graphically consistent.
Yet, Skyrim doesn't look like a kid's play, it looks like a middle school play now. What an improvement.
The world no longer freezes in place anytime you speak to one of its inhabitants, the persuasion minigame no longer exists, and the main story is more careful when it comes to avoiding moments it might struggle to present to players. Skyrim just looks and feels
Was the persuasion minigame really a massive factor? As massive as Oblivion being janky and having really awkward scripted sequences? Chaos? Oh lord.
feels like a higher budget production, and, importantly, Oblivion's greatest feature, the strong visual design of its world, is still very much intact. In fact, Skyrim's environments look incredible. From towering snowy mountain peaks to forlorn foggy marshlands or warm autumnal forests, the diversity and richness of this game's locations manage to feature both a genuine sense of authenticity as well as a handcrafted level of quality. Visually, Skyrim's setting is a joy to behold, and it hasn't sacrificed scale or level of detail to achieve this. So, where do all these changes leave?
Skyrim is not what it is. Skyrim is
a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Skyrim. Well, after further mainstreamification at the hands of its developers, Skyrim is undoubtedly closer to being the game Bethesda wanted Oblivion to be. An RPG that can be enjoyed by anyone, which excels at drawing players in through the strength of its world and the accessibility of its design, and is then able to provide hours of entertainment through its openness and near unrivaled quantity of content. With Skyrim, Bethesda effectively doubled down. Their solution to criticisms of level scaling wasn't to remove it, but instead to just do it better. Their solution to the messiness of the older Elder Scrolls games' progression systems was to keep cutting away at them until they were left with something lesser, but cleaner. Their solution to a main story that struggled to come across as epic as it wanted to be was to
a void of intrigue is clean.
increase the level of presentation of the rest of the game so that desired epicness could be better supported. And where problems existed that Bethesda didn't have a solution to, like the shallow combat, they were still ready to slap on a new coat of paint to ensure there was at least an impression of progress. And, honestly, it worked. This is the best-selling RPG of all time. But this isn't a video about sales. It's a video about dreams.
What do you mean this isn't a video about sales? I have it on good authority from the Reddit comment section of a 2-month-old post that our purpose as analysts and reviewers is to reconcile public opinions of games with our own. I should show that off. Where's she at? Did I actually put it in the follow-up? I think I did. Whoa, put that back. Sorry to Necropost, but I was glad to read this comment and see a criticism of Patrician, parenthetical, other than one about the length of his video. His Oblivion video was a pretty apparent, missing the forest for the trees sort of thing. He's clearly good at the micro sort of analysis, and I enjoy that bit of his videos, but he has an astonishing, poor ability to back up and reconcile the public perception of a game with his own. Because if he did so with Oblivion, he'd realize that it's loved in part because there's no proper successor to it. Its quests, despite some writing failures, he points out, are loved and are probably the best ones Bethesda has ever made. Combine that with the flexibility of Bethesda's open world, which still, parenthetical, which still surpasses every other dev, and you legitimately can't beat Oblivion with another game. You can dislike Oblivion for those various flaws, but making a 12-hour video and not even reflecting on its accolades in the conclusion is a disservice. The other day, he insulted one of the other content creators, parenthetical, as, quote, one of those, end quote, close parenthetical, for installing visual mods when the other guy played/reviewed Morrowind. I assume he's talking about Salt Factory. I assumed the, quote, Patrician, end quote, thing was sort of a character he was playing up for the videos, but if that's how he treats other people, maybe he's just an all-around unpleasant guy. Now there's plenty of unpleasant YouTubers who made good videos, but clearly his brand of unpleasant has negatively impacted his analysis. This is why I don't read out articles, because I would just do that voice the entire time. You know, he is wrong. The whole basis of his argument is that I'm supposed to reconcile what other people think of the game. But why? Why do I give a shit what other people think of the game? And I kind of do. I mean, just because it's not in the conclusion that you skipped to doesn't mean that I don't. But, I mean, the thing is, okay, so the guy is clearly a Salt Factory fan because that was what spurred that comment. Was some salty Salt Factory fan who tried to go back to his Discord and found nobody talking about it. Who was, like, wanted to get it off his chest. But the thing is, Salt Factory just kind of pays lip service to what the public consensus of the game was. I don't think there's a single person out there who sits down and kind of goes through, like, to the degree that this person seems to want, how people responded to the games that they're analyzing, because that's just kind of an unfair and unfocused kind of expectation to have.
And there's more to Skyrim's changes than meets the eye.
I just don't like its connotations. Insomnia cookies, what are those? Do they give you insomnia?
Over the last 5 or 10 years, I've noticed a particular term rise to ascendancy amongst video game critics.
Hang on, what did you just say?
Over the last 5 or 10 years, I've noticed a particular term rise to ascendancy amongst video...
A particular term rise to ascendancy? Yeah, that's what he said. Interesting.
Video game critics that's used to describe what you do in games. That term is gameplay loop, and I don't like this term. Maybe this is because in my formative game playing years, I cared little for loops, and nor...
Hang on, I'm just kind of curious.
did anyone else. And so I never understood why years later we all needed to start seeing games through loop-shaped lenses to better understand what you do in them.
Because that's the basis of how we analyze and learn from things. It was the same thing happened to the film industry as when people started founding and going to film school. Was they found ways to look at video games from different lenses. And so you can say, well, I don't think that I should have to be more in depth with the way I look at games. Cool, do your thing, go be Salt Factory. But you know, that doesn't mean that the rest of us can't try and come up with ways of doing it.
When you can already understand what you do in them by just doing it.
Yes, but there needs to be a way to convey it for people who haven't played the game, or to do it in writing.
Or maybe it's because terms like gameplay loop remind me of my time in university.
Yes, yes, that's the point. What's the issue with that? Games are just entertainment, guys.
I spent several years being taught to wield certain academically approved terms to describe normal things in abnormal ways in order to gain greater grades and an overinflated sense of self-importance that stemmed not from anything of actual substance, but instead just from the fact that we used words other people don't.
What the fuck are you talking about? Why would you do... So is this going to deconstruct the whole concept of analysis just because you liked Baldur's Gates better than University? That's such a weird... Why are Anglo people like this? Why are the English like this? Like, yeah, there's a bunch of made-up and pretentious terms that people come up with to describe these things, but you shouldn't base your opposition to them on it's overdone. You should base it on, no, it's stupid. Or it's wrong. Can anyone come up with a not smug way of saying gameplay loop? What's smug about saying gameplay loop? I mean, legitimately, what is smug about it? He didn't even made the whole point. It's really counterproductive to stop after 15 seconds. Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to go back, we're going to listen to it again, and we're going to let him make the full point. And if you look stupid as a consequence, I'm going to ban you.
And normal 4 years because terms like formative game. Over the last 5 or 10 years, I've noticed a particular term rise to ascendancy amongst video game critics that's used to describe what you do in games. That term is gameplay loop, and I don't like this term. Maybe this is because in my formative game playing years, I cared little for loops, and nor did anyone else, and so I never understood why years later we all needed to start seeing games through loop-shaped lenses to better understand what you do in them, when you can already understand what you do in them by just doing it. Or maybe it's because terms like gameplay loop remind me of my time in university, where I spent several years being taught to wield certain academically approved terms to describe normal things in
Hey, it's been a bit more than 15 seconds.
Normal ways in order to gain greater grades and an overinflated sense of self-importance that stemmed not from anything of actual substance, but instead just from the fact that we used words other people don't. Or maybe it's because it taps into my insecurities as a game critic. After all, I don't use terms like gameplay loop, or game feel, or systemic design, and I've never even used the term ludonarrative dissonance to complain about a game.
Hey, it's been more than 15 seconds. Are you ready to go? You ready to go? No, I'm not gonna ban you. But I mean, yeah, you're making this case that like, oh, you're just stopping. He's about to get to it. He's about to get to it, motherfucker. This section goes on for another 12 minutes. Okay, and people do this throughout all of the these videos that we've watched. Is they'll make a point, I criticize that point, and then one of their fans will go in the chat and will say, no, you're not letting him finish, and then they'll say that the entire video. We'll get to the end, and most everything I said is valid. I have been proven wrong maybe twice throughout the course of all this. And so what's a better format for this? I just let it play. I sit quietly, I don't comment on anything, and then I come up with a thoughtful response. No, the whole point of this is we're not sitting down to dunk on NeverKnowsBest and to come up with a response to his so wrong video. We're just watching his video, talking about the stuff that we're watching and listening to and discussing it, and taking notes along the way. And then when I write the Skyrim video, some of this stuff will come back up. And it'll probably just be a compilation of people talking about kill cams or something. But this is such a weird thing. Like, I legit don't get it. He's just he's just taking the time out of the Skyrim analysis to complain about people making up words. He's desperately trying to both not be pretentious by bashing games terminology while demonstrating said knowledge. Kind of like, I'm a simpleton just like you guys. Yeah, well, and the weird thing is, he's going to be at such a big disadvantage because of his accent. His accent is going to... English accents always give people the illusion of intelligence. So I know that's something that he would be working against, is being unfairly judged for that. But, and that's not to say he's dumb, that's just to say that that's a stereotype that comes with British accents. But it's like, there's no need to feel insecure about this. Activity praxis.
Into my insecurities as a game critic. After all, I don't use terms like gameplay loop or game feel or systemic design, and I've never even used the term ludonarrative dissonance to complain about a game. Not even once. Maybe that means I'm not a real game critic. What is a real game critic?
Who cares?
I don't know, but I'm not sure I meet whatever the criteria is, and maybe that's a problem. So, thanks, Gameplay Loop. Still, I would argue the reason I dislike Gameplay Loop so much is because it's reductive. It asks us to view games in a way that I don't think they should be viewed, as products of their most frequently reoccurring parts, as if
Okay, listen, stop. I blame the British education system for this. Literature has been viewed in this paradigm for thousands of years. It's true. People, for as long as time, have been starving and cold so that they could afford to sit in a box and write by hand analysis of various stories that were written and what have you. And this followed through the Renaissance, through the Enlightenment, into the modern era of there are people in our society who analyze things, and the way you analyze something is you have to come up with terms to explain it. And it's like, he thinks that this is something that's new for games. And it is new, because the concept of analyzing games is something that's only happened, that's only started to pick up in the last 20 years. And even then, it's not popularly academic. Like, if you go to school to study game design, you're typically in a program that is supposed to get you a job as a game designer. You're not going to end up working for a college with your specialty being in game design. That's probably not for another 10 or 20 years. Gameplay loop is just gameplay. There's no reason to use the word loop. No, okay, here's how it works. Okay, it's very simple. You have gameplay. Joseph Anderson had a thing about this. You got the gameplay. I think it's like you explore, you do combat, and then you craft, and it rinses and repeats. Now, each of these is gameplay, but they're different gameplay. And this concept forms into a loop that is consistent. And this is verifiable. That is a consistent part of Fallout 4, and they've talked about that being intentional. There's lots of games that have that kind of conception for their design. You can't just say, oh, it's all gameplay. Yes, it's all gameplay, but the pattern of doing this type of gameplay and then this type of gameplay and this type of gameplay forms into a repetitive loop.
Playing a game is all about mechanical repetition instead of, say, the feelings a game evokes. So, thanks, gameplay loop. Still, I would argue the reason I dislike gameplay loop so much is because it's reductive. It asks us to view games in a way that I don't think they should be viewed.
No,
as
it
products of their
it doesn't ask you to do anything. It's a pair of glasses. You put the glasses on when you want to see something. You take them off when you don't want to see it. Like, that's it. The glasses don't ask you to do anything. They just serve a purpose. And that's what viewing things as a gameplay loop does. It allows you to see from a certain perspective, a certain philosophy of the design. Like, I wish I could tell you more about film, because I think a film person could probably dunk all over this really fast. But there are ways that film people look at things, like the rule of thirds, right? Where the frame of a shot could be divided into 3 areas, and then there's different priorities for what the composition of that frame should be. That doesn't mean that the rule of thirds is dictating that this is how film should be made, and it's not dictating this is how film should be appreciated. It's just a way that film people have come up to describe a fairly universal concept.
And I dislike gameplay loop so much is because it's reductive. It asks us to view games in a way that I don't think they should be viewed, as products of their most frequently reoccurring parts, as if playing a game is all about mechanical repetition instead of, say, the feelings a game evokes.
I really don't give a shit. No, I do, but it's just... That's like one of like 6 of those composition rules. Yeah, that's exactly my point, is film people have all kinds of rules that they can cite about how things are supposed to be done. That doesn't mean that the films have to be made those ways, and it doesn't mean that the films have to be interpreted those ways. And people who think that way are typically considered to be dogmatic and reductive. So you're right in the sense that it's reductive. That's literally its purpose, though.
Gameplay loop asks us to view games as games, but maybe games are at their best when we do the opposite. When we stop seeing
When we view
as
them as films.
games and instead see them as challenges to overcome, or stories to uncover, or worlds to lose ourselves within. And through defining a loop, we turn our backs on everything outside the loop that supports the loop.
Yes, that's how glasses work. You can only see things that are in the field of view of the glasses. There's always going to be blind spots on the edge of the frames.
As if these loops are neatly defined and easily extracted, instead of being intimately related to all the non-loop parts of the game. What I'm saying is, I don't think gameplay loop is a good term. I don't like its connotations. And that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with people who use it. Maybe this is a me thing. Maybe there are just certain things that
it's definitely a you thing. Yeah, can NeverKnowsBest talk about the gameplay loops of Deathloop? That's kind of interesting. Okay, so I didn't play Deathloop because it sounds terrible. But Deathloop sounds like it's taking this concept of gameplay loop extremely literally. No, this is beyond postmodern, because postmodernists love arbitrary definitions, and they love sort of categorizations of media along certain lines. And this is just like, this is postmodern. But is Skyrim a Strand type game?
have to work through on my own. I don't know. But what I do know is that Skyrim seems like a game that was designed by people who love the term gameplay loop.
Do you have anything to back that up? Because most of the discussion about gameplay loops is post Skyrim.
Step 1 is acquiring the quest. As this is the start of the loop, it is therefore the most important step, and so no chances were taken to allow the player to ever miss this step and find themselves outside the loop.
This does have Goodell feelings about it, but I'm not going to entertain the usual. Oh, he's just being ironic. He'll be based eventually. Do we need a refresh break? Yeah, okay, we'll do a refresh break. We'll be back. We'll continue at 55 after. Wowee. Why did he do stuff like this for the Oblivion video? What is it about Skyrim? I think he's criticizing that you don't have to put on glasses to see the loop. It's just obvious. Yes, he is doing that, but he's also complaining about the glasses in general. Todd, answer any more questions? I think, somebody said it was over. I just got a white screen now. Todd has already deleted his account. Okay. How many questions did Todd answer? $27. I reckon he points out Oblivion had quests that took players within a city and not a dungeon, and also did not harass the player with radiant quests unlike Skyrim. I assume. That's what he's starting, but... No. So, what he argued was that gameplay loops are reductive, and we shouldn't be looking at games through the concept of a gameplay loop because it takes away a lot of the elements, which is true. But that's not a reason to smash your glasses. All right. The funny thing to me is that along with gameplay loops, games are analyzed through other lenses, and he could just choose to look at them through that if he prefers to not use gameplay loops. Well, yeah, there's people who will look at, like, you have your Salt Factory, and he'll look at a game through the lens of, like, just his subjective interpretation and nothing else. He'll do no supplementary research or anything like that. It's just what was immediately apparent to him. That is his lens. And then you had G-Man, who did the same thing. He doesn't look up anything, he just bases it, but he was more focused on, instead of just the story, recapping the story like Salt Factory, he was focused on a lot more mechanical stuff. Heterolens. I can't believe somebody made a video on Call of Duty Vanguard. I thought that... Isn't that supposed to be super boring? That's what I've been kind of told.
Part of the loop, it is therefore the most important step, and so no chances were taken to allow the player to ever miss this step and find themselves outside the loop. To this end, Skyrim offers up a constant barrage of new things to do at a steady pace throughout the experience that is mathematically designed to ensure players always have just slightly more to do than they're ever capable of actually doing. In most games, players find quests themselves. In Skyrim, we reverse this, so the quests instead find you. Literally, NPCs like couriers are programmed to periodically appear to force-feed the player new quests in the form of letters from Jarls they've never heard of, but who have heard of them, and want them to come solve their problems. And you know what? The player will...
Hold on there. Hold on, champ. Most of the courier quests that you're given are like higher end quests. Like you get a pamphlet from a museum, and that leads to the Mehrunes Dagon quest. This quest that he's referring to is an invitation from the Jarl of Falkreath that was part of the Hearthfire DLC, and it was the... What would happen is you would talk to Jarl Siggeir, and he would ask you to take out some bandits, and when you came back, he would permit you to buy property in Falkreath Hold, which led to you getting the first Hearthfire house that you could build. So you're not getting like random letters from the courier for Radiant quests. It was all like intentional content. And that's not that different from like Morrowind couldn't really do it, I guess, because you couldn't have an NPC track the player down to give them a quest. But Oblivion would do stuff like that. And usually it was just like telepathically intuiting, I should go ask Reynold Germain how his reunion with his brother is going. Couriers bring radiant quests for dragon walls and shouts. Okay, yeah, that is true. You do get a letter from a friend, but that's a more like pressing example that you would use instead of this Hearthfire quest. And even then, well, it's a quest, but it's like a miscellaneous objective.
Will, because they don't know how to say no to quests. Literally, we gave them no option to say no. The quests just appear in their journal whether they like it or not, so the only way to get rid of them is by capitulating.
I think the bigger concern is you talk to, like I talked to a lady at a market stall in Whiterun, and she wanted me to go do a quest for her, and I'm like, no, I just want to use your services. Stop harassing me.
To their every demand, and that's what the player does. With the quest acquired and its accompanying exposition explained, players will then have their objective. This leads us to step 2. The objective is represented in the form of a little arrow.
This is a really useful sort of pair of glasses he's put on to view this concept. I wonder if there's a term for it.
A now iconic icon displayed on map and compass alike, which players can use to find the objective. Which they do by simply pressing the move button while facing the direction the arrow tells them to, ensuring that sooner or later even the dumbest of players will end up in the place we want them to be. During this journey, players are encouraged to enjoy the scenic scenery of the overworld. It does look rather nice, and there are a number of attractions for players to witness on their way from one location to another. Maybe there'll be a giant with his pet mammoth. Cute. Maybe there'll be a randomly generated NPC interruption. How unexpected. Maybe there'll be a dragon. Exciting. These events were created to make the world seem more alive, without actually doing anything to...
But they're not tied to the Jarl of Falkreath asking you. This is a really weird way to pitch this stuff from somebody who, up to this point, who made a big point about this being the third of 2 other Elder Scrolls analyses, that, like, this is the way that you want to kind of pitch this.
To make it more alive. For those more impatient, they can also open their map and fast travel to the nearest discovered location for a shorter journey. This ensures that even the busiest of players don't feel like their time is being wasted. Even if it is. Once the player arrives at their objective, they'll...
Okay, but I don't like that the player is forced into bunches of quests from a role-playing perspective, because it feels irresponsible. But I don't agree with this "your time's being wasted" sentiment by these just doing quests.
discover what it is. Surprise, it's a dungeon. Actually, it's always a dungeon. This is Skyrim after all, and this is for good reason. It's in these dungeons that the magic happens. Anyway, time for the player to head inside and see what adventure awaits them. Wow, it's Draugrs. Oh Skyrim, you and your Draugrs, they never get old. Literally, they're undead. They don't age. Well, not to worry. Now the player is inside the dungeon, they are safely in the hands of the Skyrim mini-loop of walk, kill, loot, repeat, walk, kill, loot, repeat, walk, kill, loot, repeat, until the dungeon is complete. To ensure combat doesn't feel pointless, despite the vast amount of it against the exact same enemies, the player is fed a constant drip feed of skill increases and level ups that now have a much more impactful sound effect and on-screen message to titillate players' shriveled up dopamine receptors by making them think they've accomplished something of value. Oh, wow, you've increased your one-handed skill. Good job, that's sure to impress members of the opposite sex. To go alongside this, loot has been placed periodically throughout the dungeon in evenly spaced containers, whose content has been scientifically formulated to always contain just enough of value to make sure players always feel like they should search each one, and yet not enough of value to make players ever feel like they have enough random stuff that they don't need to keep searching them. Hey, maybe there's a Daedric sword in that next chest. You better not be thinking of skipping it. Oh, it's not a Daedric sword this time. Well, you better take this stuff anyway to sell later. There's no such thing as too much gold, after all. Of course, this isn't strictly true. Well, yes, gold has no weight, and so the player in theory can never have too much of it. In practice, they'll have too much gold after only a few hours, because there's nothing to spend it on. I mean, what are you going to do? Buy a Daedric sword? I don't think so, buddy. Even after 100 hours, the best these vendors can do is glass, and even that will only be when you're lucky. You see, we made sure there's nothing of value to spend your money on in Skyrim, because players can't run out of things to spend money on if there's never anything to spend it on in the first place.
I'm sure someone at Bethesda really said, don't put anything worth buying in the game. Oh no, worth spending all that money they get in the game. Just don't. I feel like, yeah, I feel like this is just like the last step before NeverKnowsBest is just like, you know what? I'm done talking about video games. They're just a waste of time. Like, yeah, it's a game and your time is being wasted.
This may sound ineffective, but so deep is greed interwoven into the human condition that just seeing a number next to the word gold get bigger and bigger is all the motivation most players will need to keep searching through every container to pick up.
Okay, this is a problem I have with some people, which is that they loot all the burial urns. You get like 10 gold from the burial urns. Like, if you can't break that habit, I don't know what to say.
Every last piece of junk to then repeat the laborious process of visiting different vendors to sell your various trash. This may sound rather tedious, but it's a tedium the player will feel is a result of their choice and clever money management, and so will avoid blaming the game for. Oh, what's that you've got there? Wow, that is a lot of gold. Don't spend it all at once. Loot and killing is important, but we don't want to keep players in dungeons for too long. That's why through mass data analysis, our statisticians have calculated 32 minutes, 55 seconds, and 28 milliseconds to be the ideal dungeon length, so as to feel not so long as to become overwhelming, and yet not so short that the...
This is like complaining that every dungeon forces you to pick up every single item that's in it, which means that you have to backtrack to and from town multiple times to get everything. Like, it's such an obvious you issue that I'm not sure why you're really, like, imposing it on the rest of us.
The accomplishment of beating the dungeon feels insignificant. Of course, we couldn't make every dungeon 32 minutes, 55 seconds, and 28 milliseconds long. That would be ridiculous. And so we used a standard deviation of 1.875 to provide a level of variation that feels natural to the player without ever moving into the uncomfortable realms of too short or too long. Now, the more cynical...
I like him reading into the idea of, like, long and short dungeons. This does come off as depressed.
of the human populace might argue that despite our previous efforts, dungeons themselves are still too repetitive, but the pièce de résistance is what awaits players at the end of the dungeon. You see, we know through our psychological analysis of the human mind that the cognitive biases of the peak end rule will ensure the final part of the experience will be the most memorable, and so not only do we allow the player to complete the quest objective that brought them here in the first place, we also throw in a boss fight encounter, a large shiny chest with better loot than any of the others, and often a unique word of power, whose custom-made animation and sound effect really make the player feel special. As such, the player is showered in endorphin-releasing stimulants to let them know what a good job they did, and encourage them to immediately begin the process all over again as soon as they fast travel back and hand the quest in.
And then you listen to Bethesda talk about their games and like, yeah, dude, we just wanted to like, that dungeon was awesome. Like, there was a tower in a cave. That tells a story, man. It tells a story.
Now, that's what I call a loop. With the Radiant quest system that's able to create a never-ending stream of new randomly generated quests, and dungeons that repopulate after 10 to 30 in-game days, the award-winning Skyrim loop literally never ends, ensuring complete player satisfaction for the rest of their pathetic lives. This loop is so effective that even players who don't like this game still have an average of over 200 hours of in-game time logged on Steam. So, just imagine what...
Yeah, I have hundreds of hours in Skyrim. That's because I do most of the factions over and over. Like, yeah, the Radiant quests suck. That's why I don't do them.
What happens to those who do like it? Do you remember in the first episode of this analysis, when I spent 21 minutes explaining how the appeal of the Elder Scrolls games is all about their worlds and getting to explore them? How this is the most important part of these games, the thing that makes them so special and draws people to them and makes people fall in love with them. Well, how exactly does that fit with Skyrim's gameplay loop? You see, I don't actually think there's anything insidious about Skyrim's gameplay loop. Video games are designed to keep players engaged. They do this through conscious decisions made by their developers, and there's nothing wrong with that, particularly if a game isn't trying to create this engagement for the end purpose of some kind of further monetization method. And I also don't think Skyrim's gameplay loop is especially bad. Skyrim is good at making your in-game actions feel rewarding, and it's clear Bethesda have picked up several clever tips and tricks through their past game experiences to help accomplish this.
So why pitch it like that then? You spent a long time doing something that you don't agree with. Yes, we call this a video loop, where you, How are you gonna do it?
How they noticed players enjoyed following their compass to find new locations in Oblivion. So now you get a more noticeable pop-up message as well as a sound effect to make it seem like your discovery of this location means something. Skyrim's gameplay loop is full of these kinds of small tweaks and optimizations that result in an experience that is easy to pick up and sink many hours into, all while generally feeling pretty well entertained.
And then you watch the making of documentary and they're like, yeah, we wanted to make it feel like more impactful when you found stuff, so we just like added a sound effect. It took me like 5 minutes. We added the sound effect. We passed it to Todd, and Todd was like, "Yeah, that's pretty good." And
But even if I don't think it's insidious or bad game design, I do think that Skyrim's gameplay loop, on some level, fundamentally misses the entire point of the Elder Scrolls series. These games are meant to be about virtual worlds and their exploration, but Bethesda have ended up ignoring this to instead focus on the refinement of an overly gamified loop of repetitive actions that seems designed to keep players trudging through dungeons as much as humanly possible, instead of exploring the world. And the dungeons aren't even good.
Alright, so, I'm having a hard time here. Oh, God. I thought this would be, different. Keep saying that. What is it about Skyrim? Did they put something in the water? Like, fuck. Here's what we'll do. We're gonna switch this to a reading stream for a little bit, just so that, just to, like, detox. So, this, okay. I would say about like 3/4 of the way through that section, it got so black-pilled and cynical that like I was just waiting until the section finished so that I could like step off. Oh fuck, I'm mess. Is this stuff we've done before? These look like new questions, but I'm not sure if I want to read it on this format. Okay, this looks to be the same thing, but less fucked. So, let's put on a funny voice. I want to hear the Arabic accent that they have. No, we'll do the Italian first. Confirm I'm not a robot. Do you ask blind people to fill out the caption? Like, what the fuck?
Kretek AI.
Where is it at?
It's hard to believe that the last
no,
game
that's Microsoft Mark. Where's my Italian girl?
in Bethesda's Elder Scrolls series came out more than 5 years.
Hold on.
Critica ai programmer. It's hard to believe that the last game in Bethesda's Elder Scrolls series came out more than 5 years ago with it Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. The sprawling RPG was a hit and helped set the stage for a genre that would continue to increase in popularity on console. Gamas.
Fuck. Why are they all racist?
Critiocai Gamasutra recently sat down with Todd Howard, design director on Bethesda Softworks' long-awaited Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, which is launching this November on PC and high-definition consoles. Here, the long-time game developer talks us about working with the game's all new creation engine, how the studio chunked up the Oblivion formula, and to it is possible to convey the vision of a single designer through such a massive project. Howard tells how Henderson are with Skyrim. There are a lot of great people who work on the team, who have worked together for a long time. We're focused on one game at a time, same extremely Henderson, design a lot of the systems, and play the game every day and drive the guys' feedback. But we have a great group, Matthew Carafana, who was our lead artist and was on Morrowind and Oblivion as well, Bruce Nesmith and Kurt Kuhlman, a lead designers on Skyrim. I worked with them on Daggerfall, so they've been with us for a while. What is kind of nice about our group is that a lot of us have worked together for a long time. So the amount of time that I have to manage is low. We can focus on the game. When you have a game with so many different components and lots, I view the game as the first line in the credits is Game Design, Bethesda Game Studios. I view IT as a studio project. IT is too big for one person. I don't know all parts of IT. In each of the games we did, there are probably 3 or 4 people, from myself to solely the lead artist, lead designer, lead level designer, yet have to combine those 4 people to know everything. We like to remain very flat as a studio. One of the reasons our game sent up so big is we put a high premium on towels, and then we let people run wild. We think that gives us the best game. So the main thing that we try to instill in people is really the tone of the game, and then they'll create content that matches that. And the work will be
Creation kit. Okay.
I know Skyrim began development a long time ago, so you may have to reach back into your memory banks. Each game is its own thing. There are certain things that Arena does better or that Daggerfall does better than Morrowind or Oblivion or even better than Skyrim.
Okay, we can switch accents. Here we go, Polish.
There are certain things, depending on the game you make, that you'll sacrifice to make that particular game. But if
Wait, it's just a Russian accent.
think we tried a lot of new stuff with Oblivion and it was new, it came out 4 months after the Xbox launched. So that was very difficult to get all of those systems running on a console that was still in development at the time. So we sort of came out of it very happy with what we got on the screen, but knowing that there were things we could do a lot better. Some of that we So we came out of Oblivion thinking, hey, how do we get more believable characters on the screen who are reacting to it? That's something too that maybe some gamers don't understand when you have a game that big, that there will be weirdness. Do you think you could ever ship a game that squashes all of those bugs? Would you say Skyrim has less of that weirdness going on than your other games? It matters how you define weirdness. There's going to be some weirdness, like the player did X,
Oh,
Y,
that's
and
dodging
Z
the
we
question
didn't
if I've
expect.
ever heard it.
And now has attacking the town, sleeping in this guy's bed, he killed his wife Loss. We sort of learn each time how people play these games and experience them.
So we get better each time, but we do 80 the end of the day sacrifice, sigh. I will pace it.
Alright, hang on. Let us... Okay, that's the extent of the article. Let's see. So... how does the new engine handle the world size of Skyrim? The interview sucks. Kama Sutra. Can't cut straight across Skyrim to wherever you want, which is true. I can do Japanese, hang on. Oh yeah, okay.
So we get better each time, but we do at the end of the day sacrifice, say, away. The factor in Skyrim that meshes with the scale are the mountains. So putting mountains on the screen, they feel like mountains when you see them, but they are at the same time small enough where you can scale them without taking a really long time.
I don't understand what you're
And
saying.
they cut up the terrain. In Fallout 3 or Oblivion, as a design director, is there an overarching design philosophy that you follow that has worked over the course of so many games? We have one for the studio. Our motto is, great game are played, not made, meaning you can spend a lot of time on paper coming up with great ideas, then as soon as you put it in the game, you
Oh my fucking god. Why? I assume if you play like a Japanese text with the Japanese text-to-speech that it makes
it's
sense,
hard
right?
to be.
Like, what's a good Japanese website to load up? People keep complaining about P-Crew, so I'm gonna look it up. And like if I play this with the Japanese voice.
ティクルーについて。ティクルーは、自分のイラストで画像メーカーが作れる、作った画像メーカーで遊べ
So I
る。
assume that's why it has a giant accent. Is so that it's for actually reading Japanese. But it's it was like an incomprehensible Japanese accent. Jesus Christ. How about Norwegian?
Crytek-program.
I know some of the people in here, there's a weird number of Norwegians that
Honestly, it's not something
hang
that
out
we
with
think
us.
about a lot. In that we've found that we're getting a pretty big audience making a game that we want to
Hanga
make.
danga!
We want to make it for whoever it is, even if you've played Elder Scrolls before, you haven't played this one, so you don't understand what a shield does yet. We want to remove confusion, that's what I'd say. As opposite to making it more accessible, we'd like to remove confusion for anyone who's playing. What we're trying to do now is lead you into it more. In our games or others games, they give you a character menu.
Alright. He's saying some shit. I'm gonna close this. Accessibility. It's not something we think about a lot. That we found we're getting a pretty big audience making a game that we want. We want to make it for whoever it is, even if you played Elder Scrolls before. As opposed to making it more accessible, we'd like to remove confusion for anyone who's playing. Alright, so the way Todd Howard sees it is it's not about making it accessible, it's about removing confusion. Punta. What happens in Oblivion if you start the game, play for 3 hours, and think, I want to start over, I chose wrong? So we want to alleviate that. You look at Call of Duty, the most popular game in the world, and that's actually pretty hardcore. At the end of the day, it's a hardcore game, has RPG elements and multiplayer, making classes, picking perks. I think the audiences are there, and we tend to make our games more for ourselves and other people who play a lot of games. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. We're just gonna take this step by step. So we start with one character design philosophy, no want restart, and then we have Call of Duty. How do I unpack this? Known hardcore game. Also, it's an RPG. And we want that audience. No. Call of Duty is both an immersive sim and a role-playing game. He's absolutely right. Call of Duty is an RTS? Yeah, because there's strategy. And it's in real time. Dragons had a one-page design document. Drogon. Alright, that's your unwind. Here's the other one.
Is a full, highest rating that I can
Oh,
issue.
shit.
10 out of 10. And it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
I was gonna read the comments. We've been doing that lately. I have been playing Elder Scrolls games since Arena. All Cortez games have never disappointed me, and I am more than excited to see their next installment, not to mention some heavy modding. The part where he talks about accessibility is really great. Yes, it's right. Many players have problems with choosing right class character for them. I'm really excited about how it's going to be in Skyrim. Thank you, Peter Teach. All right. So, how long is this section? 13 minutes? And it's about why the dungeons are good. I'm about to call it, and like, we'll have to finish this video at a later point. I know that would be a really short stream, but I'm not looking forward to like continuing this video. I like the okay, so the joke reading voice that I do where I all those comments are illiterate boomers. I like that. That's based on a text to speech I've heard. Well, okay, so the weird thing is it should be the opposite. This should be a really long stream, and then I shouldn't be streaming tomorrow because you know, the new version of Skyrim will be out and I should get to playing that. But it's like, I don't know. I have five videos on the docket tomorrow, but the important thing to remember is 3 of those videos are less than 15 minutes long. The Elder Scrolls Promise one, I'm only doing the Skyrim part, which is about 13 minutes. And then the last one is longer, but it's not terribly long. Bethesda is actually notorious for planted comments. See the reviews for Nuka-Cola Dark. Really? I hadn't heard about them planting comments. I know that it was a shit show because of product quality. Why play the new Skyrim tomorrow? Because of the way the characters planned out. I finished the special edition playthrough, so I have no Skyrim to play. I don't know, man. There are people out there who would genuinely give a 5-star review to something they have yet to receive. Yeah, I know about the Redguard email that Todd sent. where he's trying to get people to play Redguard. So, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at the normal time. We just, we started streaming early today because of the AMA. Now, what I think I'll do is, we'll finish this at a later time. Also, I got full 720p the Mr. Caption video. So unless there's a 1080p version that's still out there floating around, I don't think there is. We're gonna send on that on Saturday the 20th. Well, I'm calling it here because I don't know if I can get through another one of these fucking parts. Or it's just gonna be like me sitting there kind of just passively observing it. Not really taking any notes, not really commenting on anything, and that just doesn't seem productive. But it's like this section about he had this section about like why he doesn't like gameplay loops, and that was not great. And then he had the follow-up section where he just like explained in as cynical as possible in very disingenuous ways the dungeon design of Skyrim, and that it was like I got hit with a left hook and then a right hook. Can you put the regular time you stream on Discord? It's on the screen right now. 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday. I post the schedules on the Discord and Twitter when they're updated. If they have big updates. Well, it's just wild. We got through Salt Factory. Well, okay, we did have to, after 9 hours of streaming, we did have to skip some stuff from in the Salt Factory video because so yeah, Discord, Twitter, all that shit. I add everybody on Discord now. So if you just have to join and then you'll get notifications. Or, you know, you just attend when the streams are scheduled to attend. You can quickly go through the protein pills video. Oh yeah. Oh, but did we lose a bunch of people as a consequence of me like winding this down? I think I'm not gonna do that because I kind of indicated that we're calling things here. So yeah, we're gonna end things here. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if I'll finish the NeverKnowsBest video tomorrow, if I'll shift some stuff around. Like maybe instead of doing DW Terminator on the 17th, we'll just continue the NeverKnowsBest video then. And then, you know, we'll just move stuff back. All right, peace.